when I'm tuning into the streams.
All right, here we go. We are live on Twitch. Say hello, everybody. Hello, chat.
Hello,
everybody.
Thank you for being here.
Hey.
We are going to be doing session 2, which I should fix the title of this because it's probably not correct. But while I do that, if everyone is in Dreyfa now, can everybody roll me a D20 in the chat? Or sorry, not a D20, a D100. I apologize. D100. Let's see, we got 2. All right, let me roll.
A 2 is crazy.
Right?
it is.
So the team wipes. The party wipes.
Mitchell, do you know how to roll a D100?
No, I was just about to ask.
Okay, so in the bottom, do you see the bottom right corner? There is the chat where you chat actually into the foundry. There's some.
I went back to the Discord.
No. Let me know what you get,
so
Prepper Jack. Yeah. So you click D100, then you click the chat, then you click roll, or you hit enter. Something like that. 60.
Why did I think it was one, 100-sided die?
I mean, they make those.
Yeah.
All right.
Hard to read them.
And before I start assigning, does anybody want to volunteer to do a recap for last session? There is an inspiration up for
Come on,
grabs.
Mitchell, you know how to do this.
You know what? I'll let somebody else handle this one right
Yeah.
I got it.
All right.
I'll
Go
do
ahead.
the character.
Go ahead, Dan. Whenever you're ready, go ahead and you give us that recap.
It was a warm summer afternoon. The 4 of our characters woke up in a really weird rune-etched ruin with a big old barrier on top. We met a goblin that swears he isn't a goblin. He was dressed as a kobold and professed to being as such. Told us that we weren't the first to show up here. But then again, where is here? Why are we here? After the party conversed, it seems like they were pulled from their worlds, plucked towards this one, but from different worlds. And, well, things got away from them when they walked out of the barrier, popped away, followed Mr. Kobold, and if I recall, they found a little mill. Now that mill had a couple of mouse dudes. Those mouse dudes were grinding up bones. They kind of gave us a reason, but it didn't seem like it was a real reason, or maybe they were hiding something. They said the bones would float down the river, but that when we showed up, the flow of bones had stopped. Creepy. Afterwards...
There were also human bones there, too.
Oh yeah, that's true. The humanoid bones. I'm not sure if specifically they were human, but they were definitely humanoid bones. Our character-sized bones, to be exact. Afterwards, we decided to keep going to find ourselves... Sorry, go ahead.
I was just saying, well, because of my character's size.
Oh yeah, that's true. We're like an exoskeleton for a fairy. And then afterwards, we decided these guys are a little sketch. We're gonna go ahead and check out this tavern that we've heard so much about. And on our way there, Hansel and Gretel-esque cookie crumbs were found on the road. Our characters decided, let's follow them. Side note, Smudge's little birdie ate all of them. Following this little parade of deliciousness, we found one large imprint, and it seemed like it was from a creature that was known in the Feywilds to be a little scary to run into. But our brave party kept going onwards, and we found this little witch's hut. Now when we went there, we weren't too sure what to expect, but then she seemed to be quite frantic, like she had some sort of deal that she had to fulfill. 2 red caps, although we can call them green caps I suppose, walk in and say that they were hoping to dye their hats green and that she agreed to help them. So we help the witch get the green brew going, and a couple of happy customers. But 2 more walk in, this time purple caps. The purple caps go in. We do the same thing, help them out. They get purpled up. But unfortunately, they were trailed by 4 red caps. And if anybody knows what red caps do, or how they get that lovely
They shank
sanguine
people.
color, they very much shank people for that little dye. So we decided, okay, we need to do something here. And luckily one of our characters, Franz, gave a heroic speech that rallied our Fey compatriots to our side, and then a battle ensued, where we beat the kitten caboodle out of these 4 red caps, and just before we were getting ready to get that oh so delicious loot, the session came to an end. How's that?
Amazing. Thank you, Dan. Go ahead and either take yourself an inspiration, or if you have any, you can also play a card. Either or.
Well, I don't believe I have a card, so I will take an inspiration on my character sheet.
Perfect. Go ahead and mark that down. If you already had one, you are free to give it to someone else. All right. And it
Where
is
would that
as on your character sheet. Let me see.
Mhm.
Let me double check. It is
Do,
at
do you
your,
see like a theory where your pictures?
yes.
Sorry to
Oh,
interrupt. Go on.
The
Yeah.
top right corner of my picture, right?
Yes. Lexi has
Okay.
called it up for you. Yep. There's a
Yep,
little.
it's marked out.
Perfect. Excellent. All right. It is as Dan Corwin has put it. You guys had finished up having this battle with these red caps next to the hag's hut at the end of the trail of graham cracker cookies, I believe. But it is at this moment that in another part of the forest, something else is happening. And I'm going to pull everybody back to a familiar map for just a few minutes. And I hope if everybody will be able to see, I have your tokens on the map, but let me just move you over, because the center of our scene that is happening is here. Let me go ahead and
Deja vu.
What's happening?
oops. It's at this point, Acor, that you wake up. After which, well, first, let me start it off this way. Rewind. Mitchell, give me a description of what your character's, like what your character's daily routine would be before they go to sleep.
Before they go to sleep.
Correct. So, like, what's your
Alright.
day-to-day like?
Day to day, wakes up, looks at the sea, fishes. Anything he fishes, he cooks, stores up, guts, all that. Cleans up his station, and then goes back to sleep. That's his regular day to day.
Okay. So, you're finishing your prep for rations or some other amount of food preparation, and you turn in for the night. However, you have a strange dream. You see yourself under the water of wherever it is that you were fishing, either a fishing boat, the ocean, a river, wherever it is. And you're looking up at the surface of the water, and you see yourself. And how do you fish? Use a spear, a lance, a fishing rod.
Yeah, harpoon.
Yeah, a harpoon. So you see yourself as a Leonin with a harpoon. And it's very strange. And you seem a school of fish swimming around you when you see the Leonin break the water with the harpoon. And it zips through the water and hits you. And you wake up in a gasp. And you are not in your normal bed. You are lying on the ground, no pun intended with the lion, of this very strange and glowing structure here. You right yourself and you look around. Surrounding the structure that's been overtaken by moss, you see a forest. Trees in every direction. And the trees have all sorts of beautiful colors to them. Greens, purples, blues, violets. And you get this feeling of it's almost like prickly raindrops that go through your fur onto your skin. And in the world that you came from, there was magic, right? I assume.
Yes.
So you are familiar as a ranger. You're familiar with the magic of nature and magic and the weave and all of that. And this kind of feels like that, except it's like on another level. Thank you, Darling Creepshow, for the raid. 47 raiders, come on in. Say hello, everybody. Hello, hello.
Hello, welcome.
Thank you. Welcome in,
Right on
welcome
time.
in.
Yo!
47, we are running our second session of Dreyfa Tales. Sorry, Mitchell. And it is almost like the magic on your skin is on overdrive. And you look around, you don't see anybody. And you're wondering how you got here. And it's at this moment when the thought of, hey, there's nobody here pops into your head, you hear a little boop. It's like a popping noise. And you see this creature pop out of thin air, almost unraveling like a ball. Right? And let me grab I want to grab the picture so you can see it. Let me grab it.
Is it this picture of this little goblin that looks like it's in pajamas of a kobold?
Yes. So let me
There's
grab you so you can see the full art picture here. Let me see. Oops. Did I not pull everybody into this scene? Please tell me I did. Let me see here.
If you activated it, we should all be here.
Yeah, just making sure for the stream that everyone can see. Perfect. And so it is obviously a creature, a very small creature, probably the size of a halfling, that is wearing what looks like a sewn together costume of a scaly creature. And you see as he pops, unravels like a ball in with a popping noise into existence. It's almost like he was suspended in air until he fully unravels his form, and then he lands butt down, and he goes, "Ow, that hurts." And you see him looking around, and he spots you as he turns around, and he says, "Hey, another one."
What? I just got here.
Damn, there was a few more that was just here. Are you also from somewhere?
But in the sense that everybody's from somewhere, but yeah, I'm from somewhere.
Ah, he gets it. You're from here, not there, but where with here and there, right?
Yeah, let's go with that.
Ha! Yeah, there was a really bad situation, but I got out of there. It's weird that I ended up here, though. They're probably gonna need some help. There were some really weird red-capped things. But probably by the time I get back, they'll probably be done. Maybe. I don't know.
Do you know where I'm at?
Yeah, you're here. We just went over this.
Yeah, but like in the more specifics of it,
Oh, yeah, you're right. You're right. I'm sorry. We are here. And he points down at the platform you're standing on.
You said it was the other people?
Yeah. They were
Maybe I
asking the
better
same
talk
questions
to
you
them.
were.
I think I have a better time talking to those guys.
Oh, okay. Well, I guess we're gonna have to go back. Man, it took me so much just to get out of there. Come on. I'll take you to him. Oh, sorry. Game's paused. There you go. Now you can move. So he starts heading north. And in every direction, you can't make heads or tails of any specific detail or any road or path, if that makes sense. This guy turns around and says, by the way, you can call me Kobo. What's your name?
Iker.
Iker. That's a good name. And he leads you into the forest. You, as someone who is very adept at navigating and traveling, notice that as you walk into this forest, there is something strange happening. This little creature is leading you deeper and deeper into this forest, and every now and then you feel as though your sense of direction shifts. So what I mean is, you definitely are walking in a straight line, but your sense of direction with your experience, you feel as though even though you're walking in a straight line, you're making turns, like sharp left turns and then right turns. If that makes sense.
Feels weird.
There is something definitely strange about this forest. And it's pretty soon when you come upon a trail breaking the forest trail. And it's a dirt path. Sorry, it's a path. And just as you are walking some distance past it, you see something on the ground. And it's it doesn't you notice it, it's not dirt per se, but it is a brown color. It's a very light brown color. And this creature walks right past it.
I'll take a look at that.
Sure. Do you pick it up?
Yeah.
So you pick it up, and it's surprisingly light. And the first thing you notice about this is that it's like bread, sort of. And you can like break parts off of it, and it's something, as someone who has been adept at making his own food, right? This is some sort of cracker, but it's the size of a brick.
Crazy. How's it taste?
Do you take a bite out of it?
A little bit.
Or you take
peckish, yeah.
or you take, it's, you can
like a nibble.
yeah, or you like take a part that hasn't been on the ground or something like that, right?
Yeah, just hey, it's ration food. It deal with a little dirt.
Sure. So you eat it, you nibble it, and it's very light. It almost melts in your mouth, and you realize what this is. This is graham cracker.
Sweet. I'll keep the rest of that and just keep walking.
Sure. You're following this creature when you come to a building in the distance. And I'm going to pull everyone into this map now.
Does my bird alert us to a new approacher?
Yes. As you get closer, you hear... you said Icor, right? Acor?
Yeah.
Which one is it? I apologize. Let me write that down.
Iker.
You hear... the sound of a crow crying. And you see the creature continue to walk.
I'm just gonna keep on going if he hasn't had no problem with the crow.
He turns a corner. And this all happened very quickly. It's at this point you see a scene. You see a very ugly looking character in the middle of looks like everybody.
Ugh.
And you see several of similar creatures, just with different styles of garments. Some wearing green, some purple, and some red. The red ones, however, seem to all have been gravely, mortally wounded at this point. But as you approach, could you do me a grand favor from myself and the rest of us? Can you give us a description of your character?
Got you. So, Iker is like 6'1" Leonin guy, lion dude. He doesn't have like a largest mane. He has like a medium-sized mane, kind of scruffy a little bit, and he mostly has fur on his like not everywhere, not like the main fur. He has that light. What's the word? I can't describe it. He has like that silk cat fur, and then he has that rough lion fur, like two different sets.
Short hair.
Yeah, that's how you say it. Short hair, and then he has the long hair that separates it for him. And he usually just wears a tunic or like, what's that word called? A kilt.
A loincloth?
Nah, I like kilts better. I don't know why.
Mm-hmm.
That picture is the only one I could find that was similar to what I had in my mind. But just imagine a scruffier version of what you see.
All right. And really quick, can we go top to bottom? Dan, quick description of yours. I'll throw the picture up.
Yep, you see a messy-haired, ragged, kind of tired, like he didn't get enough sleep yesterday, looking monk, maybe cleric, you're not entirely sure, because he tends to cover up his armor with robes. He carries a bunch of little knickknacks and doodads, like storage for scrolls, papers, books, ink, a shield as well, you notice, and he has a very prominent focus that he's wearing as a necklace. And as you see him right now, he just notices you, but seems like he's mostly busy taking notes as with what just transpired and the creatures that they just faced.
All right. Jeff, can I get a description of Cheddar?
He's a little dark-haired guy, 3'3" halfling. He's got a little gray in his beard. Hair slicked back, bushy eyebrows. Looks confused.
Perfect. And Blitz, if you're here with us, can you give us a description of your character?
He's currently muted.
Yeah, I think he muted himself. So we'll skip him for a... Oh, no,
Oops.
he's
Yeah,
back.
I was. Yeah, so you see an older looking gentleman with gray hair, and he's dressed in aristocratic clothes, and he looks at you with a smug demeanor.
Perfect. And are you trying to be stealthy right now, Smudge? Otherwise, he wouldn't see you quite yet.
How long has it been since the fight when Agar arrives?
Probably like a minute, like 60 seconds.
She might just be like finishing taking in like the scene of after the battles. So I'm not so processing that she doesn't have that nothing here like seems to want to kill her at the moment. She probably would be like visible if he thinks to like once he's like probably past like this stone pillar or whatever. So I can give the description now.
Okay, go for it.
All right, so you see this like maybe a foot tall, fuzzy creature with a like covering herself with a cloak, and she has these like bristled antenna going up, and these moth-like wings on her back. And she seems to be like at the moment cleaning off a long needle on her, like trying to like get some of the blood out, and when it would take her a second to notice you, and when she does, her like big like green eyes like just go wide, and she would try to like dart behind the rock because you look like Big Cat.
All right. So all of you see Icor walk up shortly after Kobold, who all of you had seen before, pull himself into his pocket with a popping noise and disappear. And you see as he comes forward and says, "I have another one for you." Well, what happened to these guys? And he waves over to you, Arkor, to come forward.
Are you?
A sidebar to the hag. Is he another one of your clients?
I've never met him.
Oh. Well, greetings. Are you with these fine folks? Do you mean us any harm?
I just got here, and can somebody explain where here is? This guy is just keeps saying where, here, and there, and up there. It's very confusing.
No. It's here with a T makes there, but if you put a W, then it's where. But we're not where, we're there, as in here.
Don't bother. He does tend to do that. We're unsure as to where we are. We've just
Hello,
stumbled across this
Renexia.
place. If Master Kobold said that you're one of us, then I'm assuming you just happened to wake up here as well?
Yeah, just actually not that long ago. I woke up
Yes,
and
well,
we immediately started walking. Actually, that's really inconvenient for me.
it was a very similar, disturbing situation for us as well, were we not, friend? It's good that you made it here safely then. We've just, well, had a bit of a welcome from the locals, shall we say. And I must say, is Smudge hiding at this point?
She would probably like just be peeking out over the rock, and Lynn comes and like lands on the rock set behind her.
And I say, Smudge, you comported yourself quite well during that fight. I must commend you. You did great. You can come out now. I don't think these other ones mean us any harm.
What the?
She like comes out and just like stands on and lands on the rock, and like looks over. Hi.
Oh, sorry, Acorn, you said your name was?
Not remotely right. Acre.
I swear you said Iker earlier. Is it, sorry, is it Acre with an A or Iker with an I? Not spelled how it's pronounced.
Spells pronounced. It's supposed to sound like anchor, but it's Iker.
It's like Anchor and Ichor had a kid.
Yeah.
Well, I suppose you could introduce yourself to the rest. If you don't mind, friends, I would like to take some notes on these creatures that we've taken down. And he starts scribbling again into his notebook.
Guess I'll introduce myself to the others.
By the way, Smudge has not had a moment to clean up the ball bearings here, so you gotta be careful there.
Whoop, 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 whoop.
Yeah, if you try to pass through that spot, you're gonna have to make me a deck
Well,
save. But
Okay.
I assume you would have seen them, so you just walk around them. You just want to say that?
Ooh.
I'm fun. I just want to roll. So
Yeah, just go ahead and roll it. Roll me a deck save. The DC is pretty low.
DM, you dropped some loot over there. Is that by mistake, or can we pick that up?
Nope.
one
That
sickle.
is one of the things that these caps have on them.
Beautiful.
Oh yeah, you're fine. Yeah, you walk
Intriguing.
well,
over the barbarians, and you're easily just maneuver your way through them.
So what do we do from here? I still don't know where we are.
I don't think any of us know where we are.
That's troubling. I was on a boat last time I was asleep.
Were you the only one on there?
No, I had a whole crew.
Owen's just completely
as much as-
nose in his book, going, fascinating. Their blades were crude, but their anatomy is quite deliberate. This wasn't evolved, it was curated. Fascinating. And he's just like
As he's
picking it
doing
up
that,
like,
Smudge is. No, go ahead. Sorry, you first.
oh sorry. He was like holding the sickle, not how you would hold it by the handle, but just by the tips of his fingers, like it's dirty or something, and just like raising it in front of him, going, how strange. And he's just noting everything, kind of even drawing some of them, drawing glyphs of what might be on them. Also, DM, I don't think there's anything in the Iron Boots loot piles. It says this pile is empty.
Yep. It's because these are technically not items. Give me one
No,
second.
that's true.
I'll work on that, but just pretend like there are there for a minute.
No worries. We'll keep going.
Yeah, as And as we're talking, Smudge has like gone over to one of the first bodies and is like landing on it and is rifling through its pockets and such. She would probably like I had her take the sickle, but like she might like just that would probably be something that Lynn would end up carrying.
Franz, come have a look at this. I'm not sure what kind of weapons you prefer, but these seem quite interesting. In fact,
Oh yes,
they
I do
have some
concur.
strange effects. Come have a look. And he points you to the sickle over here.
I pick it up. This is of interesting make.
Yes. Not quite a farming implement. It's too barbaric in nature to be that, but it is fascinating. The other
Almost as if it
ones,
was meant to harvest flesh.
I suppose you're right. But the other ones have it as well. The green ones and purple ones over there. I suppose we should ask them about it later. Ooh, I should make note
Let's
of
not
that.
question it.
Oh, my friend, in the pursuit of knowledge, you must question everything. Imagine just what we could learn. I could write a treatise on this. A thesis, if you will. Oh, my name would be famous in all the libraries, in many debates. I don't have to read about these creatures in adventurers' notes. They'll be my notes instead. Oh, what a delight.
Smudge has worked the boots off of this one and kind of like offers it over to Icor like to hold because neither of us will be able to with the size of them. We would not be able to hold it.
You search the pockets, right?
Yes.
How many? Just the one?
I would probably end up doing that. If not stopped, I'd probably end up doing that with all of the dead bodies.
Okay.
I'll search just the one in front of me.
Okay. So 1, 2, 3. Does anybody else search any of them?
Yeah, I searched the one in front of me, between me and Franz.
Yeah,
I meant the one that you
I meant
poison
anyone
ivy.
else besides you two.
Oh, sorry.
I think I would help somebody search so they, could hopefully get a better roll.
Okay. So you search. You're closest to Iker. Okay. Okay, so Smudge, you're gonna find 19 gold. Corwin, you're gonna find 19 gold. Francis, you search?
Yeah, I did.
Okay, 16 gold. And you're just talking, right, Icor?
Oh, yeah.
There's one body that hasn't been searched, though.
Was it that one over there?
I'm just going through out of 4, if that makes sense. It's not necessarily which one.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I suppose someone can search it. I'm gonna keep taking my notes.
Smudge would absolutely.
Okay, and then that one has 20 gold.
So the first one had 19, the second one has 20 that Smudge has searched?
Correct.
Alright, and I had 11, so that would be 50 so far. Okay.
Yep, that's what the rule said anyway. Okay. You see as this old woman steps forward and says, I need to help them. If you're quite finished.
Help the ones we killed, or the other ones over there?
The ones that we have disposed of.
If I may ask, not to be rude, but what do you plan to do with their bodies?
What? It's simply... Once I extract all of the red out of their hats, they should be okay.
Could you further elaborate? I'm quite interested, actually.
I can give you more of a demonstration.
Oh, a live demonstration, my favorite. Please do.
And you see as this old woman, this blood hag gets turned back into a old lady. And you see as her hand kind of shifts back, just her hand, to this pulsating red dripping thing as she reaches down to this red cap, puts her hand upon the hat, and you hear the as the red color is drained from this red cap. And as the red color is drained, there is no more color.
Fascinating.
And you
If I
see,
may ask,
as it stands back up, and it goes, oh, what happened? And it looks like it's very dizzy, and it just kind of waddles left and right and left and right, and it just kind of waddles over and falls back to the cauldron. And he goes, ah, yes, there we go. And you see as the red, thick liquid that was in the Redcap's hat has been completely absorbed by this old woman through her hand.
Right.
that was fascinating. You extracted whatever dye they had in their hats. If I may ask, what was it? Was it one of your makings? As I saw you making some different colors for the other fellows over there.
She turns her head and looks at you a bit confused, and then says, do they not have blood where you come from?
Oh, I suppose they do. They just don't use it to dye their clothes. So that's what it was? Blood? That's why they were red?
Yes. Many of the... Although, I might add, it's very odd for the capped ones to have blood in their hats. That's a very strange thing. Typically, they come here and dye their hats, seeing as how whatever blood they've poured on their hats has made them crazy. We should question them and see what transpired between the last time they dyed their hats a different color and they made it red.
A great idea. Are they capable of communication? I don't mean to offend, of course, but well, the last time we encountered them, they bore their blades towards us, so I'm not sure if they're going to be very conversational after we've given them the what for, if you will.
I'm sure whatever madness is peaked for them, once they're rid of it, their minds should unfog, say, for a little bit. And the old lady comes over here and does the same thing to this one as you hear the slurping sound.
The slurping sound.
And this one stands up and goes, oh, what happened? And they just sort of groggily, oh, excuse me, make their way back to the cauldron.
We're just gonna go up next to Corwin and just lean in. What is she?
I'm not entirely sure.
You can roll me a history check, or I believe it's an arcana check. Lexi, do you know the hag check? I don't know what it is.
I don't think there's a specific one. I think that there is there's some tables somewhere for if you need for the type for depending on the creature type, but I think that history or arcana would work.
Yeah, history or arcana, anyone can roll to find out more information about what's happening. Alright, 13. 20. Ooh. Anybody else?
I'll try.
Sure. Fonz 4.
Franz, if you go into your character sheet and you just click on the ability Arcana,
Oh.
it will roll with your ability modifier. And also, guys, a quick way to bring up your character sheet is just hit the C button on your keyboard.
Oh, nice.
Oh, nice.
Yep. Okay, Corwin, Acor, obviously, and Cheddar. You guys all know what hags are. And there are certain variants of hags. There's the sea hag, the shadow hag, straight hags. This is what's called a blood hag, is what you're dealing with. They're skulked on the fringes of society, and typically they prey on mankind, from what you remember, what you've heard, depending on history arcana, right? Mm-hmm. And blood hag's hair is usually a morass of wiggling worms that are thirsty for fresh blood. And of course, if any of you know certain things about hags, you also know that if there's 3 of them, that they form a coven, and then they become much more powerful, a lot more difficult to deal with. Those sorts of things. As she absorbs the color in the last one's hat, you see as they all make their way to the cauldron, and she finally comes back.
If I may ask, madam, you seem to be helping them, well, fight against their more aggressive natures. May I ask why?
She thinks about it for a minute and says, I suppose I would always want to help someone that needed some help. If someone needed a little bit of help, wouldn't you want to help them? Besides, these guys have never been aggressive before.
I see. Well, could you, since you seem to have some rapport previously built with them, could you maybe ask them why they were so violent? Yes.
You see as she kneels down to the one next to her and kind of slaps him a little bit on the face, and he goes, ah, 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 ah. And she sort of picks him up like by the scruff, by the collar, and sets him up. At this point, they don't have shoes because you guys have taken their shoes.
Oops.
And
Finders keepers.
right, and it goes, these guys have some questions for you. Make sure you answer their questions. She listens in intently, though, and you see as this guy turns to face you and says, what? Oh, yeah, what do you want to know?
Well, first of all, I would like to apologize on behalf of the party for the little tussle we've had. We meant no ill will, but, well, you kind of came at us there, so I just wanted to ask, since the fair lady over there says that you're not normally that aggressive, what made you attack us?
He looks... Let me roll. Roll me... Anyone that's here can make this check. Roll me an insight. As this guy's gonna roll something. Okay. Perfect. 25.
Nice. I'm not gonna roll with Smudge because she's busy picking up her ball bearings.
Sure, no worries. Make sure you keep them so they're not used in your inventory.
Yeah.
So the church spec. Okay. This gray cap looks at you and says, makes like a strange look as he looks like upward and is like trying to remember. And he goes, "You guys didn't bring us here?" He asks the party questioningly, curiously, inquisitively.
Asks us,
Yes.
the party? Bring you here?
Yeah, I remember. Wait a minute. The last thing I remember was drinking from the river because we were thirsty. Then I don't remember. I think you guys brought us here. And then my head hurt.
I assure you, my little friend, we had no hand in bringing you here or spiking your drinking water. We also were brought here. We woke up here and were brought against our will, I would say.
Corman and Cheddar, you see, not on the gray cap, but on the granny, as she has a look of epiphany on her face. Like she's realized something. But the gray cap continues. But yeah, you notice it. But the gray cap continues. And he says, "We drank the water and then I can't really remember what happened after that. We remember, though, that the forest was looking a bit greener than usual. Kind of like it looks like around here. It's a lot less colorful."
We've actually heard that comment before. It was friends. Help me remember. I believe we were speaking to those little bunny rat creatures that were at the bone mill, and they mentioned that the trees had changed. Did they not?
Yeah, I think so.
Excuse me, madam. Would you happen to also have noticed any changes?
She looks at you, shoots you a look, and then goes, "Well, this could really explain some things. You see," and she like gestures behind her while still looking at you, and goes, "My house. Do you see what happened to my house?"
Do we even know what she's talking about?
You look at the house, and it is a hut that's made out of wood on the base of what looks like a porch. And it looks like a hut in the woods with a little garden and a shed. But it's nothing strange that you wouldn't like. It's nothing like out of the ordinary that you would see in the middle of the woods, you know, like something you built in the middle of the woods, right? It's covered in moss, things like that.
I apologize, I'm not sure what you're referring to. It seems quite normal to me. Was it different before we'd arrived?
She turns around, puts her hands up, and goes, "My house! Where's the graham crackers? Where's the frosting? The chocolate chips? The candy canes? They're all gone! This is just a hut."
I'm sorry, you said it was made of candy before?
Oh, yes. Some of the most delicious graham cracker walls, sugar frosting, and the most swirly, minty fresh peppermint lollipops. But now look at it. It's like some, I don't even know.
I'm sorry, I did not mean to cause you any distress. Friends, I turn around to the group. Do we still have any of those crackers we found on the floor, those cookies you mentioned? The trail we followed here?
Smudge will go into the saddlebags and pull some out.
Thank you, Smudge. Excuse me, was your house made of this? And I
she
hand her the cookie.
Yeah, you like hold it out or something, And she goes, yes, these were the walls.
I see. Well, we actually found your hut by following a trail of these. It seems like something may have stolen your walls and rumbled it and left some trails here, maybe?
People always came to my hut for the treats. I'm sure these are just things that fell off or someone picked.
I see.
Those were the
Franz,
days.
Franz, is this the story you were talking about?
Oh yes, this is exactly the same.
I see. What did you call it? A fairy tale? I wasn't actually
Yes.
aware that fairies had tails. And I turned to Smudge.
We
Do
don't.
you?
No.
That is a very weird naming convention. Well, I suppose we could maybe see if we can help them. Although I will say something of note that grey fellow over there said before they went into this fugue state where they attacked us, they drank water from the river. It may be the very same river that those rats were taking the bones out of. So if we were to put two and two together, we have a river, magical in nature. Blood and bones either were flowing, or mutually exclusively flowed through it. What do we make of that?
What the fuck?
Perhaps there is blood vessels.
Maybe, or
Perhaps this
blood
entire
magic.
land is a colossal giant.
Maybe the river's drugged.
That is also a possibility. I mean, he said that they drank from it and had this little situation happen to them.
It doesn't mean. Well, they could have red hats without it. Without trying to kill people, I guess. But if they're drugged and they just go into frenzy.
Indeed, I mean, it does sort of somewhat go against what I've read about them, but, well, I'm happy that I at least get to learn more about these creatures. Excuse me, little guy, do you remember what your cap, what was it usually colored? What color did you prefer before it turned red after drinking from the river?
What? He looks at you confused and he says, my hat is blue. It's never been red. And he pulls the hat off his head and shows it to you, immediately realizing that his hat is now gray. And he goes, oh, no.
Is that bad? Maybe we can help you go back to blue if that's what you'd like.
I'm sure Granny can fix us up here in a little bit. I just am so sleepy.
I see. Madam, I saw you had a bit of a moment of revelation earlier. Well, we didn't mention that we walked by a river that seemed to have bones flowing down it, and that flow of bones had stopped when we got there. Does that help you draw a better picture of what's going on?
And she says, I know of what you speak of, but it seems as though something is going on with the river. I just drank from it. It tastes different. Something is missing.
Would you know what's missing?
I can't quite put my finger on it.
So it seems like our arrival here has greatly affected the entire ecosystem. Fascinating. Well, do you guys have any idea how we could proceed? Smudge, you mentioned that you were a fey creature earlier. You're not from here, are you?
No.
So, would you have any sort of experience with maybe non-fey creatures having some sort of adverse effect on other fey creatures? Like, would it be that our arrival here seems to have, well, I hesitate to call it normalized, but would it have affected the magic of this area or you? Would you happen to know anything about that?
Can I roll something or?
Yeah, go ahead and roll me an Arcana check or a History check. Well, you know that magic can affect things in very strange ways, and that sometimes, obviously, if you take magic out of the equation of something, that strange things can happen like that. But you've never heard of, like, directly adverse effects without some ill intent, right? Like, naturally forming. Like, obviously, you know about charming people and, like, trickster, fey tricks on people, like shrinking people, like magic affecting people like that. But, like, drinking water from a river, even if it is magical or non-magical, doesn't necessarily mean that it'll have an adverse effect, right? As opposed to, like, a potion that was intentionally made to have such an effect.
I don't think any had that effect. I don't think there's any that had that effect. It would normally be drugs or the people not wanting some of us around.
I see. Well, before we decide on any course of action, I suppose I must make a sacrifice in the name of science. Maybe I could taste the river myself and see if I could make heads or tails of it. Anything in the pursuit of knowledge, I suppose. DM, I'm gonna drink the water.
Does anybody stop him?
I'm not gonna, cause she's not the type to.
Okay.
I take a little sip.
Okay.
Very small.
You, like, cup it with your hand, like, and you drink it.
Yep, with one
So,
hand. And just
okay, so you look at this water, at this, like, little stream. It is clear, right? As any freshwater stream through a forest would seem to you, right? You cup it, it looks and feels no different than regular water. But when you drink it, the liquid touches your lips, and you either slurp it or you take just a sip of it, and the flavor hits your tongue, refreshing you, and the coolness of it flowing to the back of your mouth, down your throat, into your body, and you feel the cold, cool liquid permeate into your torso, and nothing happens. It just tastes like normal water.
Well, that was anticlimactic, I suppose. There must be something wrong with whatever magical we've held this area. I walk back to the party. Friends, could you watch my back for a second? And I cast Detect Magic.
Use a spell slot here.
Yes.
All right. Go ahead and roll me a d20, please, to see if this surges.
Uh-oh. D20.
Oh,
You're fine. So you cast Detect Magic, and you look around, and you get the light, faint aura around all of the objects the party had before. A light, faint color around the granny, because obviously she is using a certain type of magic to change her appearance. You are a bit out of range of the water, though. If that is what your interest was.
Oh, you're right. It's a 1 minute thing, right?
10 minutes.
10 minutes. I see.
Yeah. So you could just.
I shoot a look over to Iker, since I didn't look at him last time I cast the spell.
Oh right. Let me take a look. Sorry, Iker. Yes. So you take a look at him, and you see a little faint aura around him. So in and of himself, he is a little bit magical. But the main source of magic seems to be coming from a little faint aura around a spear he has.
I see. And as I walk towards the water, I also shoot a look towards the little dudes and the cauldron as well.
So you see faint shifting colored auras in the cauldron, but given what you've put into the cauldron, it's not that surprising that there are certain things that are floating in it. But as far as the caps are concerned, I don't think. Let me see. I don't think they're magical. Lexi?
Hmm?
You think red caps are magical? I don't remember. Would they? I don't think so.
I don't think that they no, unless they were summoned or
Oh yeah, that's true.
have a spell on them, then I don't think that they would have
wouldn't pin, right?
yeah. If they had their magic items, they might, but we took their +1 sickles.
Right. So any of the other colored caps at the moment that have their sickles, you see that there is enchantment magic around the sickles that they have on them. But other than that, they themselves do not have any more aura.
Fascinating.
You do walk within range of the water, and much, or maybe not to your surprise at all, you don't see any high levels of magic. But there are very faint strands. It's not like fish, it's more like little very very tiny strands, almost like hair, that you didn't see before, and they're very very light, that are every now and then you see them kind of almost like they're being cut into the water, but you see them flowing down this little river.
These currents are unanchored. Someone's been rewriting the rules here. Can I grab one? Is that something like physical that I can?
You can try.
Grab. I'ma try.
You reach in. Make me a.
A death saving throw.
It's not a saving throw because you're taking an action, right? Why don't you give me an acrobatics check?
Oh no.
Unless you have higher strength than that 20. Jesus.
Holy shit.
I thought that was a 1, I'm not gonna lie.
So you reach out to grab one of these strands. And as you reach out, you reach into the water and you realize something about this strand. This strand has no physical like body for you to grab. It is just like a floating note of magic within the water. But realizing this, you realize that because it is in the water, that you're able to sort of capture that amount of water. And it's not easy at all to, obviously, if you've ever tried to catch something that's very, very light that's in water with your bare hands, it obviously slips and pulls and moves and ducks and weaves out of your hand. But with a natural 20, you realize exactly what this is with enough time to dexterously sort of cup the water with both your hands in a way that sort of encapsulates this strand of magic. And you lift your hands out of this stream, and you just see this swirling strand of silver in the water.
As I hold it up, Smudge, could you help me here, please?
She'll fly on over.
And I kind of like wiggle my the right side of my hip towards you. I'm carrying a flask here. Could you please open it? I seem to have captured something in that river. Something quite ethereal in nature. Yes, that flask right there.
Yeah, she'll use her mage hand to like grab it and bring it up for him.
Sure.
Oh, and I open it and glug, 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 glug.
Perfect. All right.
I recork the flask, and now what happens?
As the water goes into it, you see almost like a strand of hair in liquid, but it is very clearly silver. Sort of, kind of goes down and sort of bends at the bottom of the flask. This is a clear flask, I assume. I don't know what kind of flask.
Yes.
Yeah.
Like a glass flask.
Yeah, glass flask. And it's sort of just floating within the shape of this flask. And it is very clearly something that is not part of this water, as far as you can tell. However, for Smudge, because she is not under the spell, she just sees you pour water into a flask.
Yeah, she's like just kind of like looking at it, but like she doesn't seem to have the same kind of realization that you have at the moment.
Alright, let's get back to the rest of the group, I suppose.
What is it?
Well, I'm not entirely sure of what it is. It appears not to be physical in nature. It seems to be quite ethereal, some sort of magical, a strand of the arcane. I'm not entirely sure. I've never seen anything like this, actually. Madam, and I kind of hold up the flask up at eye level. What does this look like to you? Is there anything other than water in this flask?
She looks at the flask and doesn't see anything except for water. And she goes, I don't know, but, when it comes to these sorts of things, in liquids anyway, perhaps you may need to consult someone with more expertise than me.
And would you happen to have any recommendations?
There is a tavern nearby, an inn. Perhaps
yes,
perhaps
that is the one we were going to.
Okay. Perhaps the brewmaster there may be able to help you, or whoever it is that deals with these sorts of things.
You do have a
However,
point.
it is of note that whatever is going on here, we must remedy. I need my house back. I cannot live like this. And it's only a matter of time before the Caps return to their sort of aggressive tendencies if we do not fix. Why am I slipping into an accent? It's so weird.
That's my fault. I'm sorry.
It happens in person to me too. I apologize. She says, before they succumb back to whatever strange natures that they appear to have after they drink the water. Water?
Water. Oh, well, could we perhaps help you in any way? You seem to be doing a kindness to these creatures.
It seems that you are more than capable, at least at persuasion. Perhaps you can figure out the puzzle of how to return my house to me?
Sure, but I mean, would you happen to be able to point us in any direction as to where we could start?
And she points down the path you came. And she says, keep heading in that direction. You should come upon a building. If you go inside and you see animals, you're probably in the right place.
This
Is that the inn
building-
or?
Yes.
She nods.
Is this building supposed to be a tavern or a watermill?
A tavern.
I see. Well, I thank you for the directions.
But
we'll
she
definitely ask them.
She goes, wait here. And she goes and grabs something and says, please take this with you.
Ooh. Would I know what this is?
I'm sure you have this fruit in, I think you said Greyhawk, right?
Yep.
I'm sure you have it there. It's standard citrus.
I see. I give it just a look since the spell is still going.
It is not magical.
Okay, great.
She just
Yeah.
gives you a fruit in these trying times.
Yeah. Something for the road for you to eat. I pocket it. Thank you. What would you recommend I do with this? Would you want me to hand it over to someone?
It's very odd to find such freshness out of this sort of nature, and it not be entirely magical. Perhaps you can trade it, perhaps you can eat it.
Oh, I see.
Or perhaps we should just get going. We spent enough time here with this cookie lady, and if you ask me, there's more nuts here.
I see, Master Kobold. That wouldn't be a bad idea. If you just wouldn't mind, I would like to take one quick look at her house before we go. I might be able to assist her in her mission. And what I'm really doing is I want to get a good little look with my detect magic still
Sure.
going at the end of it at her house.
So, you look at the house,
Mm-hmm.
and there is magic here. And I believe this would be transmutation magic. I really got to get these color coded for you at some point. The magic here is the same kind of magic that the granny is using to sort of transform her form, except in this instance, it kind of looks like it's melting. And if whatever magic was transpiring here, it seems as though it's not cracking, but it's like melting off, almost like ice cream when it melts in the sun, or like ice in normal weather. The strands, the very light strands of magic, are sort of kind of melting off of this and flowing down. And shortly, probably like maybe half a foot away from the actual hut on the porch, they sort of dissolve into thin air, and you cannot sense them anymore with detect magic. Which is why further down you weren't able to sense them. This house, and to the naked eye, these are obviously things you cannot see. This house is undergoing some sort of transformation. Very slowly,
Seems as
apparently.
though the very weave of the arcane magic in this world is dying or going away. Oh, that's concerning. I hope this doesn't have any adverse effects on us. Something to note, I suppose. And I scribble that down, what you just said, notebook.
Mm-hmm.
Alright, friends, I suppose if you'd like to get going to the inn, we have spent quite a bit of time out. We might benefit from a little bit of rest and relaxation.
Let's go.
Finally.
To Blitz.
So you guys, if everyone agrees, begin your trek back into the forest, or I suppose down the dirt road. And is everyone on board with this?
Agreed.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you guys walk to here, and you enter the forest line once again, that as you continue walking for about 10 minutes, the forest line cuts off, separates from this little stream/river and surrounds you once again. However, about 2 minutes after that, it opens back up and you see a building that you are coming up onto.
We just went in a circle.
The road itself seems to be cobbled beyond a certain point. And, excuse me, let me just put this here. Perfect. Okay. And you come up on the side of the building. Oof. There we go. And I am waiting for everyone to load in. Let me know when you load in.
Yep, I'm in.
Perfect. I'm not loading in. I think Mitchell is taking a minute here.
It's still at 99%.
All right, just gonna give it a minute. Oh, it looks like we are good.
I'm gonna wave my hand in front of friends. Are you still with us, friend? He's just T-posing.
Franz says to you, oh, man, how was he doing his accent? I don't remember. He says, yes, it's quite right. I just had a very long and exhausting day. If you don't mind, I have a few things I need to think about. And don't mind me. Don't take my silence as rude or anything.
Absolutely.
And the kobold says, a building. This is probably it.
The inn you were speaking of?
Yeah.
Alright, will you be following us in, Master Kobold?
Sure, why not? Kobolds are welcomed anywhere.
Most definitely.
And you see as he barges the door, and you just hear slam as he opens the door and marches in.
Quite the boisterous fellow. I like his style. Shall we, friends?
Very much. I'd rather welcome a hot meal.
Smudge, are you okay in buildings? I recall you mentioned you were more comfortable there.
She's kind of looking around like, is this it? Where are the other ones?
Well, we're about to find out, I suppose. It is quite weird for a tavern or inn to be, well, in the middle of nowhere, I suppose.
This park is huge.
Mitchell, if you move up, you can click on one of these doors to open it, or you can just go through the open ones. Up to you. But there are walls in place to kind of keep you from.
Oh boy.
Smudge is hesitating to go inside the building itself.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of like looks around, see if there's any like mouse holes or anything, but she kind of just like looks up. But then like after a second, she like looks up at the door again.
Well, I don't know about mouse holes, but if you look around, there seems to be a sort of like It's not more run down, but it's more like a stable, sort of, with smaller, like, little windows on down to the south. This is also a 2-story building, by the way, I should add.
She after a bit she just like kind of just come in and like kind of close to the wall. Whoa,
Okay.
what the fuck just happened there? Was I supposed to be teleported up before, or?
Oh, no? Were you? Was everybody?
No. Okay, I think it just moved me over to the other side.
Did
Yeah, I
everybody
think
get
because we-
teleported up?
Yes.
Oops.
Is this the second floor, or is it because this is like the inside of the building?
Hang on a minute.
So
Where
we
are
get
you
teleported to
guys?
the side map.
You guys are...
Is it like
on the
supposed
right
to
side
be
of the
like
screen.
reflecting where we are below that?
Yes. I don't know what
That might have
happened.
been like just snapping over for just because we might technically have view of both.
Yep. That's probably what happened. One sec here.
But I can't move my character.
Okay. I'm not sure what happened
Yeah.
there, and I
Uh,
extremely apologize. Here, why don't we pull the scene this way? Because...
Yeah.
But you guys
With
can't...
that one, on that floor, it's more like you have to move it on the. If you scroll out, you can see the first floor. It's more like that as showing what's going on the floor below.
Yeah. So hold on. Don't move your token.
You move your token.
Move your token here, if you can.
Oh, there we go. That works.
Yeah. There you go.
Yeah, that's the difference. Like that one over there is just a reflection. This one is your actual one.
Correct. So if you go to the second floor and someone's on the bottom floor and they move, you will be able to see it on the second floor. That is what that is for.
Ah, I see. Okay.
Correct.
Makes sense.
It is something that the system is trying to do. That being said, you guys walk into this building. There is obviously a second floor. At the bar-looking area, there is a woman. She is cleaning glasses and restocking things. There is these two fellows here in the middle that seem to be playing some sort of card game, and with various little coins. In the corner here, there are these two people that don't seem to be talking. They just seem to be kind of absorbing. And then in the corner here, you see two bird-looking individuals having a conversation, and it looks like it's getting a bit fierce, although both of them definitely not looking like the aggressive, violent type of individuals. And you just see the last individual patron here is this elven-looking guy who is scribbling down notes in a journal, much like you've seen Corwin doing.
Ah, my kind of man. He might know something. I suppose we could maybe split up and, well, interrogate some of these people as to the nature of this world. What do you guys think?
Splendid here looks like very much like she's trying not like is like kind of close to the ground, and Lynn would not be around her. I'm just gonna like put it like over here, like perching somewhere. But she's not. She's like close to the ground, and she just kind of like looks up and she shrugs. Well, she doesn't really like say anything. I'm more worried about them having a broom or something.
Everyone can make me a perception check if you'd like. My God, cheddar.
Nice.
Okay. Anchor, you notice that there is this doorway here that seems to have stairs that lead to the second floor, as well as a certain smell coming from that direction. Definitely something cooking back there, as well as several different odors from the drinks and possibly food from behind this counter. The Cheddar, you notice someone looking at you guys from the second floor, from the balcony, as well as one individual to the far north side in a seat, mumbling to himself on the second floor. The person who's watching you guys from the second floor is hooded, and he's in all dark clothing.
Would he be able to see if that guy had any change in expression when we walked in?
For Cheddar, Cheddar notices that he is essentially locked eyes on the group. Like, if one of you goes a little too far, he's definitely looking, and then make sure to keep you guys all in kind of vision range.
I would notify the group of that.
There you go. All of you are aware of this now.
Oh. I try not to look too shaken by that, but I wouldn't dare just look back at him. Okay, just act normal, whatever normal is in this world.
You hear Kobold.
I'm just hiding under a chair.
You hear Kobold at this table go, "You guys let me know. If I have 4 9s, is that good?" You see both of these guys look kind of flabbergasted about it. And he goes, "I had bet 1 acorn. What did I win?" And both of these guys sort of reach into their pockets and look at something they pull out, and they go, "All right, here, you can have this." And both of them put 1 button. So now there's an acorn and 2 buttons on the table. And Kobold goes, "Ha ha, suckers!" as he sweeps them into his corner.
Oh, that's fun. Gents, would you like some drinks?
Han says, "I would love a drink."
And you, Iker?
I'd take one.
Cheddar, would you like one?
What do they got to eat?
Oh, well, that's a great question. Maybe we can ask that barmaid over there, see what they have. As I'm walking, I'd like to do a little sneaky look at what this guy is scribbling down in his journal, if I can.
Sure. Roll me perception or sleight of hand. Sleight of hand for, like, you wincing over at it. Whatever works for you.
Hopefully this.
Okay. With a 12, you notice certain things that he's been writing down. River, edge of forest, trees, magic, and water stand out to you. Because he's underlined a lot of these couple things.
Interesting. Greetings, Tavern Keeper.
She says, this woman puts down the glass that she's cleaning and looks you up and down and says, "Greetings. Welcome to the Vague Wood Inn. My name is Yara. I am the innkeeper here. Now, please remember the rules. Do not start fights. Do not finish fights. If you do not start them, we do not need to finish them. You can order anything you want, and rooms aren't free here. As long as you keep your hands to yourself, there won't be any issues. You and your..." And she looks around. "Friends are welcome to stay here. All the inhabitants of the Silverglade are." I'm slipping into the damn accent again. This is fucking Jackson all over again.
I can swap my character's accent if it'll make it better. I'll just
No. This is a personal
Out of
problem.
there.
I do this in person too. I apologize.
No worries.
It's when the accents are really good. I don't know why I try to mimic them. But she says, "I do have a menu. And she goes and says, "Okay, well, here, let me pull the menu up for real quick." Da-da-da-da.
But before that, I kind of just like giving her a look, like presenting myself and kind of maybe like sort of like body language gesturing to our party, like, we don't stand out to you? Kind of like, are we not strange looking people to you? I do apologize. I know the question is quite weird in nature, but we've had quite a few people point out that we don't look like we belong here.
At the Vaguewood Inn, we accept all kinds. I certainly haven't seen your faces before, but we get all kinds of people coming and going here. The Vaguewood Inn is open to all of the inhabitants of the Silverglaive, as long as they behave themselves, of course. And they don't start asking too many questions. And
Oh,
we're
I
always
see.
open for the patronage.
Well, I do apologize. I am a man of questions, I suppose. Though maybe before I ask anything, I could have a look at your menu and see what you have. That
Sure.
might sweeten the pot, I suppose.
She starts describing a couple things. She says, we have angel tea, a citrus tea. We have mini pies, pretzels. We have regular tea, turkey legs, sip beans, the drunken uncle, the Yeti's roar, and we have the original water from the river before it changed, of course, and after, though nobody drinks that one.
Fascinating. Well, I do enjoy a good cup of tea. These teas that you mentioned, are they like tea, or is it like stuff that I would have never heard of? Like
Well,
angel tea, for example.
yeah. You probably have never heard of them, but they're yes, Lexi. But they are here we go. They're just interesting concoctions and just different ways of making it tea. I think I have put the menu. I've sent you the menu.
Yep.
Yep.
It's up now.
you can click on them, I believe, to see the description.
Ooh, okay. Thunk Puff? Interesting.
A thunk puff is a pastry that is a cross between a light fluffy bread, whipped cream, and cotton candy. It's originally made by gnomes.
Has a strange effect on the mind. Oh my.
And while you're kind of looking at that, she goes over and she says, puts down some coasters in front of France and Icor, and says, please, have a look at the menu. We have certain things here and there. We have rings, we have a few drinks, and we have an assortment of food made by our own personal chef that works here at the Vaguewood Inn. Let me go ahead and send it to Mitchell. You're here. Cheddar, did you want in on this?
Yeah, I don't think I have any gold though.
Let me see.
If you spent it all like you previously, I can spot you.
All right.
Well, I was thinking I didn't spend any money, so
Yeah, I just added your
Probably
gold
should have
to your.
something.
I just added your gold to your thing.
cool. Thanks.
Yeah. The Dawn would have given you some.
The Dawn. I would like to buy some stuff. You mentioned that they had water from the river before it was changed.
Mm-hmm.
What is that called?
Oh, here.
Or is it not on the
If you're,
menu?
it was hidden, but since you asked about it,
Ooh.
she says, "Of course." And she has a picture of it, picture of it, and slides you a glass. And in front of you, she pours this water from this pitcher into the glass, and you see, although it is clear like normal water, you see silver strands in this water, and as it collects into this glass, as it fills up, only when it's filling up, you see the water sort of refract into a rainbow of shades within the water. And when it hits the top and she finishes pouring this water, the strands obviously only apparent when they're pouring, and the water itself refracting. When it becomes completely still, it is perfectly clear.
Fascinating. You said this was water from the rivers here before what happened exactly? Because the water doesn't look like that anymore.
I don't know.
Apologies, I know you're not one for questions, but you wouldn't happen to know the time frame of when that change occurred. Was it recent?
She tries to think on it and says, I think so.
How recent would you say?
I can't remember. I think it
I
was
see.
a month ago? Or maybe it was a week ago. It's kind of hard to say.
I see. Would it be possible to purchase some of this water in an enclosed container? To take it to go, as they say?
Of course. And it's in the thing. You can purchase it from her. She has a limited
sure.
amount, so keep that in mind.
Yep.
Yeah,
I'm
she has a
gonna grab
limited quantity that you can buy from her.
2 of them. Also, if you don't mind me asking, that fine gentleman that's sitting at the table across from ours, and I point to that dude that was scribbling earlier,
Mm-hmm.
would you happen to know what kind of drink he enjoys? Perhaps one of the teas?
Well, according to what he's told me,
Mm-hmm.
let me double check the menu. He seems to enjoy funnel cake and turkey legs, really. Lemonade.
I see. Would you mind giving me 2 orders of lemonade for me and the fine gentleman at that table? I'd like to speak to him if that's okay.
Of course.
Alright, I'll purchase a couple of those and head on over.
Cool. While you're doing that, Cheddar, you purchased the funnel cake and the legs. You're just gonna sit and eat, right?
Yeah.
Perfect. Icor, what would you like to do? Mitchell, you here with me? Mitchell. Ruh-roh.
Oh no.
Guys, I think we lost Mitchell. The Leona, no. Let me see. Does anyone see him moving?
The lion. Where is his mouse? Let me see.
I see him moving.
Oh, his mouse is moving, yeah.
Are you muted, Mitchell? Is that what's happening?
That's my bad.
Something happened.
Oh, he's here.
Oh, there it is.
Yep.
I can hear you now. So, did you, while this was all happening at the bar, was there anything you wanted to do?
I wanted to go check out that what's it called? Other room over there. Well, was that the stairs you told me, or was that just a back room where you showed me earlier?
So on the map, you can hold X and you can get a pointer, so I can see exactly what you're talking about, right? So on your laptop, hold X and you'll get a pointer, right?
Okay.
Oh yeah, yeah. There you go. So you have a little hand, right?
Yeah.
So where are you pointing to exactly? Oh yeah. So I was
This
pointing.
one
Get
right
off.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Your
Yeah,
response.
you can move your token over there. So you're gonna move over there. That's cool. That's fine. And then Smudge, what are you doing? Because I actually lost your token. You're so small.
Well, she rolled a 22 on stealth, so that tracks.
Is that why I can't see your thing? Oh yeah, there she is. Okay, one sec. This guy is going to roll something privately. Huzzah. Oh my fucking god. Okay.
Did you not 20?
Yes. Okay. All right, so you're going to hide.
Yeah,
And
what she's been what she's been doing since she came in is like kind of like kept close to the wall and like closer to the ground. And then when Shutter said that they were being watched, she immediately started dashing under the tables.
Gotcha. All right.
Hovering like a few inches off the ground, but like just trying not to be noticed.
Okay. Icor, go ahead and move your token through that space.
Gotcha.
You can use the arrow keys if that helps. And you can click on doors if you want to open doors. But the stairs are right here if you want to go through them. Oh, you bypassed them. Hang on a sec. There you go. You climb up, and to your right, you see a bunch of like little rolled up beds on straw. To your left, you see Cheddar had mentioned there was a guy sitting down up at the top. And that's who you see in the corner.
Oh yeah. I still I'm following that scent from earlier. It was coming from upstairs.
No, it was coming from that room, but it was not coming from upstairs. It was actually coming from downstairs.
Oh.
Yeah. So you walk that way and you noticed, oh, the sun's getting weaker. But if you move your token like one at a time, you can definitely get back. The map will teleport you back.
Oh, yeah.
So like this, right?
Yeah.
Yep, there you go. And then the scent is coming actually from this door right here. Whoop. There you go. And you walk in, and this is what appears to be the kitchen. And you see a semi, not as tall as you. He's probably like 6'2", 6'1".
Oh, same size.
Wait, how tall were you?
6'2".
Oh no. Then he's like 5'11". That's what I meant. He's not as tall as you are. You see this obviously kitchen employee, and you walk in, and he goes, "Who are you? What are you doing in my kitchen?"
Oh, my bad. I was following the scent, man. It's not like smelled real familiar to me, and it's a real unfamiliar place.
And you look around, and you see breads, haunches, you see onions, bananas, different ingredients, vegetables, all sorts of knives, tools, things you typically see in a kitchen. A lit stove and different pots, some of them boiling over. You see hooks on the walls holding different pots, different pans, some utensils. You see strings hanging from wall to wall where meats are being dried.
Yeah. How about this? I'll get out your hair. I just need some limes, some onions, and some fish, and I'll be out of here.
Okay. Give me 1 gold. I'll give you everything you want.
Still, let me check.
What'd you say?
I had to check if I still. Yeah, I have gold. Yeah, I have
Yeah.
gold. It's easy. Yeah.
So you just subtract 1 gold, and he's, you put it on the counter or something, and then he goes to different spots in the kitchen, but he's able to produce what you're asking for.
Nice.
However, the lime he gives you is, it's purple. And what was the other thing he asked for? Lime and what?
Onion and the fish.
Yeah, and the other onion he gives you is, it's not. I mean, onions come in all shapes and sizes, right?
Yeah.
But this one is in the shape of, it's in a curved shape like a banana.
Okay. Want to see how this turns out?
But it still has like that oniony peel thing that happens to onions. So you could definitely tell
It still has layers.
Yeah, it still has the layers you peel off. So it definitely looks like an onion. It's just really weirdly shaped. And the last thing was a fish,
It's an
right?
onion, but it's like a multi-peeled banana. That's weird. Okay.
Yeah, exactly. And then lastly, you asked for a fish, right?
Yeah.
All right. He is going to go and look for a fish. And he says, a selection of fish is strange. Very limited. But I guess. And he puts this fish on the table. You can have this one. And it's this fish with this
will do.
huge, like, head.
Why is this fish so phallic, man?
I don't know, man. It's the only fish I know right off the top of my head.
It's the only one.
I swear.
The dickfish native to Dreyfa. How fascinating.
Here, I'll throw the picture up so everybody can see.
Oh, those guys.
That is definitely a fish. Are they named or can we name them like scientists?
Oh, that's just fish.
Sure, thanks.
Okay.
Well, if he gave me all that, then if he'll allow me, or if I gotta find some space upstairs even, I'm gonna start making me my own private little dish.
Sure. Okay, just clean when you're done. You see him, and he gets back to whatever it was that he was stirring over here. And one of the pots has already caught fire since you were distracting him. But he's just, like, so nonchalant about it. And so at this point, you begin preparing this fish. Do you have utensils, I believe? Let me see.
Did I not? Oh, I think that's the one thing I forgot to get.
One sec. I got you. Because you basically are borrowing his, right? So let me give you this. I threw it onto you. I think if you... I don't know if that you can actually use that for anything. Let me see. I guess not. Go ahead and roll me a survival check. Yeah, roll me a survival check with advantage. You hold Alt, and then you click survival on your character sheet. Perfect. Yeah. It's not like the greatest thing you've ever cooked, but it's definitely good.
Yeah, more
you-
than anything, it's just a nostalgia. Ah,
Nostalgic.
yeah.
Nostalgia trip.
Thank you. Yeah, it's a dish that reminds him of home, cause he mostly just eats fish on the ship all day, and he doesn't actually have access to fire most times when they're traveling. So he just cooks fish in lime juice and adds whatever vegetable he has on them.
Nice. Okay. Lunch is there. Up's there. All right, we're gonna come back to Corbin here, but first, I believe if we started at 8, it is time for our break of the night. And if everyone's okay, we're gonna take a 10-minute break here, right before we come back to Corbin and his conversation he's gonna have with this other individual. Is everyone okay with that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sounds good.
Perfect. So we're gonna take a 10-minute break here. Whoops, 10 minutes. And we'll be back in 10 minutes. For everyone watching us in the chat, we're going to take a 10-minute break here, and we will be back as soon as we are done with that. Everyone, go ahead, grab yourself some water, use the restroom, bio break, grab yourself a snack, whatever it is that you need to do. DM me with it if you have any questions, and we'll be back in 10 minutes. Thank you very much.
to become like a bird and an angel and angelly
That's
wings.
true. That's true.
Oh.
Could
Wait, there's a
do that.
cloak of the bat?
Yeah, cloak of the bat.
Yes, it's a rare
I
item.
wouldn't change anything.
Super.
I'd just do Batman. My character would be Batman.
Yeah.
I have the
In
night.
areas of dim light or darkness, you can grip the edges of the cloak with both hands and use it to fly at a speed of 40 feet. If you ever fail to grip the cloak's edges while flying that way, or if you're no longer in dim light or darkness, you lose the flying speed. While wearing the cloak in dim light or darkness, you can use your action to polymorph yourself into transforming into a bat. While you're a bat, you retain your mental scores, basically, and the cloak can't be used this way again until next dawn.
That's awesome. Oh,
And
shit.
with that, ladies and gentlemen, we are back. Dan, Jeff, Lexi, Mitchell, we're all back, right?
Yeah.
I'm
Yes,
here.
sir.
Mitchell, you are muted, but you just went, so hopefully you get back before we're done.
Before
Yeah, I
we
was
get back
good
to
here.
that
I
table,
was just doing something.
Yeah, no
could I have
worries.
a quick look at that menu one more time?
The bar menu?
Yes.
Yes, sirree. Give me 2 seconds. It's actually should be. It's not in there. Dang. Okay, 1 sec. It should be in there, I said, but it's not. All right. I'm gonna pop it up for everybody. So just close it if you don't need it.
Girt sized.
It's girt sized.
Girt sized. It is rolled
What is a
girt
girt
sized.
sized?
I don't know.
It's definitely bigger than you, little fairy. It's girt sized.
Yeah, of course. Tool, water, weird.
What is it, Jeff?
Super sized. That's
Super
what I
sized. So that's what it means.
I imagine like the alchemical preserves of a halfling either is a halfling itself, or is halfling sized.
Who knows? Guess only halflings.
I'm gonna buy a pretzel. And oh,
Oops.
I feel like some of these. Huh.
Let's see here.
Interesting. Drunken uncle. Okay, well that's good. I just grab one thing of
Okay. So Yara prepares everything that you asked for. Makes several trips to around, picks up pretzels, drinks, whatever it is that you needed, and you set off to the table. You notice, however, the table below you, that Franz has already joined this table in conversation, and you see Franz's furrowed brow as he is getting almost a little bit pestered with this. But some more your interest, you meet with the elf sitting here, and even though you sit at the same table, he doesn't look up from his book.
I know, I would like to break the ice with a... excuse me, do you normally document metaphysical collapse during drinks, or is this a recent hobby?
Metaphysical collapse. Finally,
I
someone who
slide
speaks
him over
plain.
lemonade?
Someone who speaks plain common, and is a favorite drinker as well. How do you do? He stands up and he leans over the table, hand on table. He says, "My name is Kaladin."
How was that spelled?
Let me see.
With a
Like
K,
this.
did you say?
Hang on. I'm gonna
Oh, sure.
like this. It's in the chat. I think you can see it, right?
Oh, sorry. Oh, yeah, perfect. Okay.
Yes. There you go. So he reaches out to shake
Yes,
your hand.
greetings. I reach out and I give him a good firm handshake. Nice to see a fellow scholar around here that's, well, noticed some of what's going on and has begun documenting it. I I thought maybe, since we're both scribbling about these anomalies, maybe we could share some lemonade and a few hypotheses. What do you say?
Yes, that would be quite informational. And he takes a sip of the lemonade and he goes, refreshing. So tell me, when were you born?
That's a great question. I believe you are referring to when we appeared in the Silverglade?
He nods.
How long would it have been, DM? About a day-ish?
How long do you remember?
Oh boy. I believe you mentioned that the sun set, but then there was another sun that immediately replaced it. So at minimum, half a day. At most, a full day.
Mm-hmm. It's
If
about
I had to go by
accurate.
our observations. I suppose it's been a day. We're quite new, actually. Me and my, party over here.
I see. And tell me, what is a day?
Well, a day is a unit measurement of time that is denoted by the sun coming up into the sky and then setting on the other side, and then it ends with the sun coming up again, I suppose. It's a full cycle of that star. Was it different here?
You see him scribbling furiously. And he says, sun, singular.
Ah, well, yes, I've noticed that you have multiple solar bodies here in your sky. I suppose, well, better to take it from the top, I suppose. I'd like to ask, are you from here? Or maybe I could ask you more appropriately, were you born here, and how long ago was that?
Yes, I was born. And the music that you sort of shunted to the back of your mind that is playing in the overworld. By the way, Mitchell, I forgot to mention this. When you arrived here, there is music playing just naturally in this world. It is the music of the world, and every now and then it sort of shifts and changes depending on what is happening within its realm. It's always
So it's ambient background music. Always.
yes, it's always playing, and it's always like very whimsical and a little bit happy. It's not, and it sounds like it's coming to a climax, but it almost never does, and it never ends. It's not enough for it to be annoying, but you do notice that sometimes when like things get tense, the music sort of shifts with the tone. And in this case, the music, no, there's no record scratch, but you hear the music start to dive in sort of tonage, and it's like more, how do I put it?
Does it like drop an octave or something?
Kind of.
How does it make me feel? Is it more eerie?
It's definitely off-putting. It's not any way you've heard before. I need to change this song.
I would start humming something soothing. Something like that.
Okay.
See if I can change the music of this realm just by calming music.
Sure. Roll me a performance check, Cheddar.
Ooh.
The tone.
Does everyone hear this tonal change?
Yes, everybody. And you hear, as you look around, Cheddar and Icor in the kitchen, the chef, it's almost extremely eerie as the chef was really dedicated to what he was doing, focused, and you see him sort of slowly lose the focus of what he was doing. Yara, who was cleaning a glass, stops almost dead in her tracks cleaning the glass, and you see the three patrons here that were playing this game sort of set their cards down and start to kind of like slowly, not almost like they don't even acknowledge themselves anymore, look around as the tones start to drop little by little. And you see Franz looking around confused as the two bird individuals, the avian individuals, stopped fighting to kind of look around. And you see their feathers puff up as Caladan leans in and says, repeat your question once again, Dan, just to get this answer clear for you.
Where is he from? When was he born, if that's the case in this world?
As he's thinking about it, and he looks at you, this happens for like maybe 20, 23 seconds, that this tonal shift. And after 23 seconds, the tempo picks back up. And the normal whimsical tempo returns. And he looks at you and says, I was born a month ago? I think so. I was floating down the river with a bunch of bones. And I was rescued by two badgers who showed me the way to the Vaguewood Inn.
Was that at a watermill?
Indeed it was.
As far as you can remember, the water, did it have bones in it when you were floating, and was it magical in any way?
It did have bones in it, now that I recall. There was many, many of them. Magic, of course, is in everything here, as you might have noticed. But it seems as of late, something has changed. The trees don't have the same vigor they once did. And there's also one other problem. The edge of the forest. Have you seen it?
I don't believe I have.
And he starts scribbling down in his book again. Do you believe... And he leans in close and he whispers this to you and he says, do you believe that there is an edge to the forest?
Huh. Everything has happened so quickly, I never really gave it any thought, actually.
And it's at this point that he unfurls a map to you.
Sweet.
One sec. I'm going to pull you guys into a scene, if you will. Sorry, Mitchell. You're going to load in last here. You see this? This is the Silverglade. This is the mountain range that cups the Silverglade against the sea. We are here. And written on this illustrated of the map, there are edges to the forest. But, my newly acquired friend, I have traveled to these edges, and I have seen no edge.
That is concerning. I suppose we might want to give it a look as well. Tell me, friend, other than your scholarly pursuit, would you happen to be gifted in the arcane in any way?
Yes, I am a journeyman mage by trade.
I see. So you would have been able to pick up on any disturbances in the arcane weave at the edge.
The weave?
Yes, the ether in which magic takes effect, if you will. I suppose that would be this scholarly description of it. Irrespective of that, I'd like to maybe compare some notes since you've been here for longer. You've noticed that the magic here seems to be, well, at least when it comes to some of the more illusory spells, it seems to be wearing off, melting even, if I were to describe it as such. Have you noticed anything like that?
It's not just illusory spells, however.
Is it all magic?
It would appear so.
I see.
Here is what I
Would you-
know, and this fact is undeniable. There is a source of magic that flows through the Silver Glade. Whatever this source is, something is impeding it. If it were impeded completely, disastrous would be even more radical. However, this is not the case. This is why I believe it is simply being impeded. This source of magic perhaps is in the water. And
I see.
And
Well-
as it's any ecosystem, water is one of the main sources of life for the local.
I suppose you're right. Many studies on ecosystems that I've read would indicate that life, even civilization, would follow in the footsteps of rivers and any, well, water expanse, I suppose. Though I have noticed that the water here does have a very strange property. One that, as the inhabitants seem to think, has been slowly wilting away. So what I'd like to ask you is a couple of questions. One, do you think we would be able to learn more if we were to follow this river to its source?
And your following questions?
Well, my following question is, and I lean close to him like he leaned to me, and I ask, why is it that this world seems to react to everything that we do and everything that we say? This is not normal. Have you noticed it? The very music changes, ebbs and flows. We've had an encounter with some redcaps that we fought, and even then, the music audibly changed. I've been trying to ignore it to keep my sanity. I've been trying to throw myself into my work, my scholarly pursuit to ignore this insanity, but it happened again just now, and I'm not sure if you even noticed it. Did you?
He has a puzzled look on his face. And you see as he looks sort of in the distance, down at the table, as he's almost like he's trying to expand his sense of perception, specifically his hearing. And he says, there is something there, but it's very faint. Music, you say? And
Would it be
changes?
so? Yes.
And he starts scribbling down notes again. This time it's going a lot further than just a simple like one or two things. It's like almost a chunk.
Mm-hmm.
He says, there has always been a sort of hum or hymn at the edge of my perception. But I do not hear music. It is simply something that is. I don't think it changes. If it does, it must be so subtle that even I cannot perceive it. Although, even if it does, I've been here for quite a few years. I don't think it makes that much of a profound impact on anything.
You said you were born a month ago.
Did I? You see, he looks very confused now. But how long has it been? Yeah, I was born a month ago. And you see as he like kind of slumps in the chair and goes, yeah, that's silly of me. I don't know why I said that. My apologies.
And now I start taking notes. No worries, I mean, it is quite overwhelming, so mistakes are to be made. That's why we scribble and we renew. Is there anything else you could tell me? Anything else that would have sparked your interest?
To answer your question, if you find the source of water of the main river, the Silver Glade that flows through this forest, perhaps you may find the source of whatever is impeding the magic. However, I will gladly tell you that I have traveled the edge of the river as far as I could and never once was able to find this source or anything that impeded the magic or whatever. But of course, I was never also able to find the edge of the forest. My assumption is that this river flows from down the mountains according to this map, but it just doesn't make any sense.
Where did you acquire this map? Do you remember?
I'm sorry.
Take your time, it's okay.
There was a gentleman upstairs. He had a very stoic expression. He had the map. Though I didn't question where he found it, I was rather ecstatic to find any great piece of lore.
As am I. Would it be okay if I were to copy it onto my journal?
Oh, sure.
I copy it to my journal, give a rough scribble, and mark the couple of landmarks that he pointed out to me and where we said we were.
Perfect. All right. Icor, you are going to finish cooking and doing your... Ugh.
I just wanted to finish making the dish, and then I was probably gonna head back out and let my party members try it, man.
Perfect.
Well, this has been an enlightening conversation. I hope it was for you as well. If you'll excuse me. And
Of course.
Get up. Please enjoy the rest of that lemonade.
Much appreciated. So, Icor, you're heading back. Shatter, are you doing anything?
If I bought something, would it be in my inventory?
It should be. Let me double check.
Okay.
I know you did buy things. I don't know why they're not in your inventory, which is interesting.
Where's Smudge?
Smudge is hiding at the moment. And is... Or maybe she's not.
I can go back downstairs if you need.
Oh, you went upstairs? I'm sorry. I was about to get to you. So you guys reconvene. But let me finish up with these two, and then I will go back to Smudge with what's going on. So, Ikor, you come back out. You notice that Corwin was having a conversation with this elven-looking individual and comes back. But Cheddar, did you do something between now and then? Let me get your food.
I think I had a turkey leg. He would just be gobbling that down.
Okay, and that's what you were just entertaining yourself with, just the turkey leg?
Yeah, he was just eating it, yeah.
All right, turkey leg, and I think you bought something else?
That'd be put away. Whatever else I had, I'll just put away.
Sure. No problem. Okay. And then are you like on the table eating with them? Is that what it is?
Yeah.
Cool. I'll move you over. Okay. On the second floor, Smudge. It seems like you've crept over to this corner.
I'm underneath the chair right now.
Yeah. This guy is looking over and was actually over here listening to the conversation right above the table. There's this guy here who is having a meal, but his look on his face is very stoic. This guy
doesn't seem like...
Yeah, this guy doesn't notice you at all.
This guy hasn't looked up either?
This guy was listening in on this, and it was only once, but he did side glance and did notice you. Or at least looked in your direction enough for you to gauge that, yeah, he did notice you there.
She's still gonna go around this direction. And we'll still keeping a bit of a distance.
Sure.
Just slow down a little bit. There you go. Hello.
And he turns around and looks first of all just behind him, and then he looks, I guess, are you floating, or are you on the ground? How high are you right now?
I'm just I only put 0.5, I think that's supposed to be feet or whatever, but
yeah.
I'm an inch or so off the ground.
Okay, so not floating at eye level or anything like that. Okay, so he looks down at you and he says, "My, you're quite quiet, but I suppose that's normal for someone like you."
She kind of hesitantly nods, and she does look like she's ready to flee at a moment's notice. I'm just gonna take a half hiding because it can see me.
Yeah.
Why are you watching us? I just imagine right now it's a staring contest between the two of them.
Hang on. He does respond to you in a timely manner. I'm just typing it out.
Oh, okay.
He says to you, sometimes watching animals from the top of a mountain can be interesting, but the wind beckons certain actions and certain songs from people so that they may carry the stories of those people on the breath of the wind. And at this point, he's kind of gauging your reaction to what he said.
She pauses for a second. Um. And her response. Trying to think of what that would be. What would make... what song does it sing right now? I just... But she's surprised to hear this.
Mm-hmm. Oh, here we go. And he says, sometimes the stories the winds carry teach important lessons to the people that hear them. Do you think that those stories teach good things or bad things?
Wouldn't it depend on the listener?
He says, you're absolutely right about that. But sometimes the people who tell the stories and catch them on the wind's breath twist the stories. But I like to think that those people always bring the community closer together.
It is really hard to keep this up. I'm doing my best.
Oh, it's alright. I'm struggle busting on my end too a little bit.
Playing rock, paper, scissors with Cheddar.
Okay.
Is
Let me know who wins.
Wouldn't the... Okay. I am struggling. But a community could easily become a mob, couldn't it?
Did you say a mob?
Yeah.
Okay. It could, but sometimes, even within a mob, if their intentions are just, it's what may be necessary. Although, in my opinion, I hope this mob is. Just, that is.
I just mobbed one is... murder to another. It could be unjust, but... I think that this... But I... can't understand some people's causes.
This guy's gonna make an insight check. Maybe he gets another nat 20. Let's see. And then, Smudge, can you roll me a persuasion check for me?
Will do.
And then an insight.
Oof.
10. You get the sense that he's not here to obviously fight anybody out from the conversation. He seems to be taking your word for what you are saying. He also seems a bit he seems convinced, essentially. At this point in the conversation.
I mean, does he seem like no hostile intent there too? That I can tell?
Yeah. There's no hostile intent.
Do you think this is a community or a mob here? One sec, you're typing out what that means.
He looks a bit puzzled, and he says, though I understand the word mob, there are no mobs in Dreyfa. This land... This land is full of people and individuals. Stranger, wiser, more intelligent, and more unique than the next. And at this point, you realize that he isn't talking in Cant. And finally, convinced enough, he says, "My name is Levi Lightstep." And he takes a little bow.
She sort of mimics the gesture, like touching ground for a brief second to do so. I'm Smudge.
It's nice to meet you, Smudge. I come from a place outside of the forest. And as soon as the DM looks at the map, he's going to tell you where that is. I come from a town, a port town called Westhold, attached to the sea. The mayor there is curious about the happenings in the Silk Glaive, the forest, if you will. Something is changing the glaive.
I've heard about that too. Trees changing and the water being different. Not having bones? Did you know that the river had bones?
How do you know about the bones?
Am I not supposed to?
No, that's not. He says, the bone dust is the key to allowing us to speak freely when necessary. For a time.
Driz and I wrote, apparently there haven't been any bones in the river lately. The mouse people said so.
He nods. The mayor knows. That's why he sent me to investigate.
She'll nod. We just arrived here, so I can't really say much. I've only known the Boneless River.
That's good. That's good. Perhaps, for now, the less you know, the better. I wouldn't worry too much about the bones just yet. Seeing as you don't understand what they're used for yet. But they are useful. If you get your hands on some bone powder, make sure you take good care of it, at least until the time comes for you to use it.
She'll nod. How fine does that have to be? I think we still have a bone on hand.
A powder. It can't be in chunks. But if I tell you any more, I might put you in danger.
I'm used to danger. It's okay.
And you see, it's like most of his face is covered, but even through the mask, and he raised like the movement of his eyebrow and his eye, you've seen this before. It is fear. And he says, not like this. And you hear the song sort of take a dive again in the overworld. Like 2 or 3 low tones. Dum, 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 and then it picks back up. And he says, oh, I see. I'm going to stick around here for a little while longer. Hopefully, someone can figure out what's going on.
All right. By the way, what was that?
What was what?
Do you not hear it?
It's probably better if we don't talk about it. And he says this in a very ominous tone. Let's just try to be a little merrier.
That's not exactly common where I come from.
He looks over the railing and he's looking at Cheddar and Corwin playing rock, paper, scissors down there. He leans on the railing and says, maybe where you come from, it might be a little bit more freer than here. Freer? That's not a word.
Well, it could be.
It isn't Dreyfa.
Depends on if people agree. Yeah, it depends on the context of it,
Mm-hmm.
and if it's agreed on with the language.
Since the conversation slowed down a little bit, can I move over back to the people downstairs?
You good?
All right. Corwin, Cheddar, Icor.
Yep.
What are we doing down here?
Finishing off that turkey leg.
Perfect.
Who won rock, paper, scissors?
Yeah, who won?
I put rock, you didn't put anything, so by default, I am victorious.
Sure. I imagine Cheddar puts like the turkey leg.
Oh, turkey leg beats rock.
Does it? I don't know.
Are you sure you can use a rock to break a leg, though?
True.
So you guys are hanging out, and you hear, you hear then see one of the doors slam open, crash, and somebody walks in. You look him up and down, and he says, "Oh man, now what? Excuse me. Barmaid." And Yara goes over to have a conversation with him. But as he walked by, you guys saw an array of different items and objects hanging off this traveler's enormous backpack. Obviously, a coned, wizarding-looking hat that he was donning.
Ooh, Cheddar, did you see that? I bet he's got some nice magical items we can have a look at.
Yeah, let's check it out.
Is he
And
buying anything?
Yara says, "You know the rules. You can leave outside." And he goes, all right, all right. And you see him walking away back outside. And before he exits the door, he says aloud, "If anybody is interested in trading,
Oh, me.
I'll be right out here."
Let's have a look, my friend. We've been invited. Greetings, Blue Man. You mentioned something about trading, and it looks like you have some lovely magical baubles hanging off of your bag or whatever that is. Could we perhaps peruse your inventory?
He looks you up and down and says, "Yes, why not? You seem to be different, and you seem to be lost.
You could say that.
Perhaps you might have something. Here, let me show you my wares." On the second floor, you see Levy says to Smudge, "I think your friends are leaving. Perhaps you should join them really quick. I will be here for at least a few more days if you need to speak with me." Icor, are you joining everyone outside?
I've been trying to move my icons.
It's not moving. Let's see. How about now? You're right here.
Oh. Oh.
Yeah, you're probably
Okay, now
you're probably on the other map. Yeah, the other map just shows you on the bottom floor. This is the actual bottom floor.
Oh, yeah.
I'll just open that door so you can. Okay. He says, "You've all met with a terrible fate, haven't you?"
Oh my god.
Well,
Oh shit, I was muted when I had her say like that she was like nods and makes her way down. Sorry about that.
That's okay.
no worries. Well, you could say that. How could you tell?
Because you have that same look that I do. You are lost.
You're not from here?
Oh, I am from here. I'm just lost.
I
And
see.
he opens his bag, and he puts his bag in front of him. It's tall. It's about half his height, and he opens it like what are those? I don't know what those things are called, but they're like wood, and you can open them halfway. It's like an armoire, but there's sections to it.
A dresser?
I don't think it's called a dresser, but it's like it's like for makeup, if that makes or jewelry.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah,
It like expands into different like
Yeah.
compartments and stuff.
exactly. It's like that. And you get to see one section that has a ton of just different potions, one section that's got 2 bags, one section that's got some rings, some shoes, and a couple of different, like, there's one really tall weapon. Smudge, however, you see a small, it almost looks like, and you've seen probably one of these before, it's a case for glasses, or I don't know what this is. Just a glass case. I don't remember what it's called.
Yeah, like a glasses case.
Yeah, glasses case, but it's been opened, and inside is like half of a pair of scissors, but it's been heavily modified.
She's gonna point at that and just what's that? What's that?
He goes, "Oh, this? I found one of these on my travels. Then the person who found them with me decided to let me have them. They are, of course, very interesting, how do I put, tools of war. However, they're not for, obviously, normal people. Or I suppose I should say, regular heights." Would you like to try it?
Yes, if I can.
So you go to it and you pick it up, and although the style is very different, you can tell very much that this item, though originally a full pair of scissors, has been modified and carved with intricacy that it's definitely a tiny person's weapon. It's got wrappings around the half moon of the handle.
Is that what it's called?
I think in the description it says half as a curved sword, ring-shaped guard. That's what it is. Yep. Half moon, typically. I don't know. But it's very strange.
Like hold.
Yeah, but it's very strange to find one of these out here. It's the important thing.
She's like holding it in her hand, and like, kind of like how you expect anyone else to like be holding like a weapon and stuff. It's like inspecting it with her other hand, and takes a second. Takes a like, flies a little bit back so that way she's not like in range of anyone, and gives it like a few good swings to see how it like goes through the air.
Yeah, it's very much been weighed. The weight distribution on it is basically perfect, given that it's actually a common pair of scissors at normal size. It feels good to hold, and it cuts through the air like butter.
How much weight?
I can't normally sell this to just anyone, but since you seem to be capable of using this, I sell it to you at the normal price of what a regular weapon would cost, of 5 gold pieces, unless you have something else to trade. And one of the things, besides what's Smudge is looking at, he had a basket of just all these random potions that looks like Cheddar just picked up and just claimed. Did you really just buy 20 of those, man? God dang it. Why?
Was there more? Did I miss some?
No. He goes, well, that just won't do. I didn't know they would be so popular. He's going to put 15 more out, but he's going to raise the price to 6 gold pieces. He's going to scribble it out and write 6.
I tried by. There it is. Okay.
Sorry, I had to accept
Nope, it happened twice.
it. If you get to, just delete it.
Okay, and I'll add 5 to my. And I'll add 5 gold back.
Correct. It looks like Corwin has purchased the item ring. Mitchell, did you get the shop?
Yeah, I don't really think there's anything there for me.
What's that?
I said I don't think there's anything there I could get right now.
Hmm. Oh, are you out of money?
But I got some. It's just ain't nothing I think my character needs.
Is there anything you were looking for in particular?
Yeah, I got my spear, so mm, can't say. Got some potions already. I think I'm good.
Okay.
Cheddar.
Yeah.
You seem like a quite stylish fellow. How does this ring look on me? And I slip it on.
Does it turn invisible?
The ring turns invisible.
Just the ring?
Just the ring.
What's the ring
Did I
called?
now have a invisibility ring?
Invisibility ring.
Where'd it go?
You see that there is a space between, I assume, whatever finger you put it on, where there's just missing between your finger and your hand.
Ooh, party trick. Interesting. Though not with the gold.
That's actually pretty cool.
You see as he taps another compartment and the another bin, of random magic potions appears with 15 more magic potions. Would you happen to have any items to trade?
Why, yes, we do.
Mm-hmm.
And I present him the +1 sickle that we got and the boots. Observe
The
our
game's currently paused. I can't move.
Oh, I'm sorry. I don't know why that happened. Apologize.
fine wares that we've picked up while traversing this strange land. What do you think?
Interesting. These
How much we'll
sickles.
call Lynn over and hold it and get the other sickle out.
Interesting. These sickles seem to belong to some strange creatures. You can tell by the way they overly grip the handle. Are you willing to trade these for shiny pieces?
How many shiny pieces?
500.
Would you show me what you mean when you say shiny pieces?
And he reaches in and pulls out the same gold you just gave him for the invisible ring.
Oh, what was the offer for? Because I pulled up one sickle and one boot.
The boot. The sickle is 500, which I believe is half price.
Mm-hmm.
And the boots, he'll give you 50 for, because they're not magical.
Well, that sounds like a perfectly reasonable deal to me. Here you are. Would you like me to remove them from my...
Can you
inventory,
drop
or-
them into the... Well, give me one sec. I think you can drop the sickle
sure.
right now, actually. But let me double check. You have the iron boots. You do.
got equip, edit, duplicate, delete, send to player, or gift a character.
Can you,
How do I
with the
draw?
shop open, can you drag it into the shop for me?
Oh, could you throw me up the shop one more time?
Oh, I'm sorry. 1 second. Sorry, everybody. It's gonna pop up once again if you haven't closed it yet. There you go. See if dragging and dropping it into the shop will do anything.
Confirm quantity. How many would you like to sell? Oh, okay, there we go.
Mm-hmm.
Boom.
Just give me a moment. I need to get to Smudge.
And these iron boots. Alright, I'm good.
Yeah. Where did you keep your? Are they on the bird? Is that what it is?
Yeah, the sickle's on the bird.
All right. Where's the bird?
I offered the boots that I gave over to Igor.
I don't see them on the boot on the. I don't see them on here.
It's in the it's on the for the bird. It's in the bag. You gotta it's my saddlebag.
Effects, saddlebags. Oh no! Don't click that. Okay, good. Woo, that was close. Almost deleted an entire bag. That's not good. I don't see the iron boots in here.
I gave the iron boots to
Oh, okay. I see what you mean.
Yeah.
Iron boots. Okay. So if you want to sell stuff, you just drag and drop it into the shop. It should be fine.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm kind of considering the iron boots like belong to Igor, so it's up to him if he wants to sell it. So
Yeah, that's fine.
Oh, you need them? No problem.
No, she's saying that if you want to sell them, you can sell them.
Oh, nice.
Also, did the bird just gain 500 gold then?
yes, I'm gonna move it over.
Yeah. Ah, rich bird. Ah.
So I just drop it into the shop.
Yeah, it should work like that. And then the
Smudge. I also brought this for you when I was talking to the barkeep. And I hand her a pretzel.
How big are the pretzels?
the regular like maybe 4x4 and the knots kind.
Is it like the type you get in a bag, or like the soft pretzels?
The soft pretzels. But they're
You
the
mentioned you like bread, so I suppose this is the closest thing I could find.
requested a random potion.
Oh, they have these here.
Mm-hmm.
Accept.
She'll immediately begin like, well, she'll break off like a corner of it and give it to Lynn. And we'll start eating it. I'm trying to think of like how it itself would be like a meal or two for her.
Yeah.
Thank you.
My pleasure.
I don't have anything on hand that I might be able to get.
No, you don't have to. I just thought you might be hungry after all that, and, well, I assume you'd be too shy to ask the barkeep for any snacks, so I thought I'd get you something.
She like kind of looks to the side and shrugs. Yeah, not used to a place that doesn't want me gone.
Worry not, friend. We're in this together, you could say.
She nods. And, like what you can see, like her eyes are smiling because like her mouth is not very well visible.
You see as this heavily armored fellow with a stoic expression, blonde hair, and peasant's leather cap comes out and starts looking at the wares. Something strange about this is sometimes when he walks, you see sand falling out of his armor.
That must be uncomfortable.
Huh? I guess.
Well, you might want to take that off and let go some of that sand, no?
Maybe.
How did it get in there, if I may ask? I've just realized we've not been anywhere near sand. It's just been rivers and marshes so far, forest.
I don't know. I don't remember.
Oh,
Make
well,
me a perception check really quick. Please. Cool. Anyone else can do this too. With a 16. 22. My gosh. A couple things. You notice, and Smudge notices, and Anchor misses the detail. Cheddar, do you notice this as well, or are you just drinking your potions there? You still with us, Jeff? Jeff. I think we lost Jeff. On his chest piece, you see a symbol. It is of it's a gold coin with a woman in four-leaf clovers, or three-leaf clovers, I guess in this case, but they're supposed to be four, surrounding her head.
What was it? 4 4-leaf clovers?
It
Or
should be
4 3-leaf clovers?
It should be four-leaf clovers, but it's three-leaf clovers in this
Oh,
instance.
gotcha.
For the
No
picture.
worries.
But you see something else. Along with this symbol, you see one other symbol.
Bird.
Lynn.
Anybody can make me a history check.
Yes, sir. Oh no.
Jeff, you still there with us?
Hey, same number.
Same low number. We're good.
Ah, nuts. I think he's gone. Alright. 10, 10. Smudge 10. Lexi, your character's originally from Greyhawk? What world is she from?
She's from, like, it's basically a whole... If it's impossible for her to, like, know it because she's not from Greyhawk, then I can delete mine.
Actually, this is not from Greyhawk, actually.
Oh.
I think
My
only-
character, I didn't really, like, come up with a name for it, but it, like, is basically, like, Endless City.
Got it. So I have to ask, is anyone here from Faerun? From Toril, Faerun?
me.
Forgotten Realms? Just, you're from Greyhawk, right?
Yep.
That's on Orth, so that's different.
Yep, that's not in.
Nuts. Okay. So none of you recognize these symbols, unfortunately. But you do, Corwin, you recognize that this is, in fact, the position and the way that he's wearing it is definitely a holy symbol.
Ooh. Forgive me, where are my manners? I'm Corwin Thorne. I noticed that you're wearing some very peculiar emblems that, well, I've never seen before.
Huh. My name is Rio Nightshaper.
And do you remember where you're from?
No, I don't remember. I don't remember how I got here.
Do you remember when you got here?
He closes his eyes and thinks about it, and he says, it must have been a month and a half ago.
Fascinating.
And you see as he reaches towards his neck, and the sort of like choke, like he's not choking because he's not eating, but when he does this, you notice, anyone that's looking, he has a scar across his neck.
Oh my, you might want to get that looked at. What happened to you, my friend?
Like I said, I don't remember. I don't remember. I woke up here on a beach. There was sand. So much sand.
I see.
You see as he takes one of the potions and he hands the magic man a vial. In this vial, you see it looks like it's like brown, but it's definitely some kind of ground like a component. It almost looks like sand, but the color's too deep. It's too deep of an orange. And the magic man looks at it, shakes it. Go ahead, Lexi.
I was gonna say, I'm guessing it's not bone because it's orange.
Correct. And he says, yeah, this'll do. And he puts it in his pocket. And he goes, thanks. He starts moving.
What was that powder?
He goes, I don't know. But it seems very peculiar.
Why does it interest you? I mean, you surely valued it enough to give him the potion for it.
It's unusual. Surely it has some value if not everyone is carrying something like this. In fact, the fact that it spurred a conversation all on its own is a show that it's already paying its worth.
Conversation starter. I see. You seem to collect interesting bits and baubles from people who find themselves in the Silver Glade. Does that about sum up what you do?
My trade is in magic, and I simply am lost. Here or there. Eventually, I end up everywhere. And what I have offer for trade.
I see. You would happen to know a way out of this forest? We've just been told that, well, it's a bit difficult to get out at the moment.
I know one way, but it's not easy.
Do tell. We don't like easy.
He chuckles and he goes, well, first, you have to get lost.
I see. Okay.
Say,
I'm starting to pick up on a pattern here.
You have magic. Do you have some form of identifying objects?
I do. I can identify objects. What would you like me to identify?
And he reaches into his pocket and he pulls out the little vial of orange, like sand looking thing.
Would you like me to try and identify whether this is magical in nature?
He nods.
I'll try my best. And I touch it with one hand while holding my focus in the other.
And, okay. So, you need the pearl, right? So you break out the pearl, whatever.
Oh yeah, that's true. But
And
it doesn't get used up, correct?
no, it doesn't. You just need it to, like, focus. Jeff, you still with us? I saw him light up. Alright. So you begin casting your spell. Go ahead and use the spell slot. And then roll me a
One
d20.
sec. Let's find out what you thought no one would read.
Okay. Did you... Okay, perfect. It does not search. Can you roll me 1d6, please? Oh, snap. I don't have to set up. Odd. Okay. Or even, I should say. Okay, give me 1 sec here, because I forgot to set this up.
No worries. This will take a moment. Knowledge prefers foreplay after all.
What?
I'm
Pursuit
going
of
to...
knowledge.
So
That
you
makes
cast the
sense.
spell, and typically the way you would gain knowledge is the spell's magic would endow you with the knowledge, and you would just simply know it. However, in this case, what ends up happening is you feel the wind sort of pick up unexpectedly, and the trees start to whistle between everything. And as this happens, you see a ball of confetti come down from the sky. And as it reaches your level here, and I wish I had a token for this, you hear a and you just see as this rainbow of confetti pops out, and this individual shows up.
Love that picture.
And she says, "Hello, did you call for me today? How are we doing today?"
I? And you are?
Oh, me?
Yes?
I'm funny. Did you want to know about that strange little thing?
Yes? How did you know that?
Because you were the one who wanted to know. Because you're the one who paid the price.
I see.
And you see as she cartwheels over next to the magic man and lands on her feet and taps it once, and you see confetti poof, and nothing changes. It's just confetti pops out of thin air, and she goes, "What do you want to know?" As she like waves her head left and right, hands behind her back. She's leaned over.
Well, I suppose we could start with what this powder is.
It's called spice.
Spice, like the cooking ingredient.
Same word, different thing.
Is this item native to this world, or was it brought here from somewhere else?
Yes, it's brought here. And no, it's not native. Or is
I
it?
see.
But if it's here, then it is native because it's here, isn't it?
No, that's not how it works. Though I do see the natives of this land really like their wordplay. Huh. My friend, is there anything else that you wish to know about this item I could ask?
What's its value?
What's its value?
She leans in and says, It's probably worth a lot, but probably not worth anything anymore.
I see. Could you maybe put a number on that? Ballpark numbers for me, please?
A number? Well,
Yes, a numeric value.
well, that depends. Who sets the prices on these things?
That's a great question. I mean, I suppose I can go in depth into how a localized economy would work and how supply and demand would affect prices, but, well, roughly speaking, what kind of value would you put this at? Maybe in these tiny gold pieces, perhaps?
She tilts her head to the side and says, As you were saying all of these long, intelligent words, she's nodding with you. She's nodding, and she's nodding. And she says, well, given the local economy, supply and demand, the rarity, and all the things, in these little shiny pieces, I'd probably say it's worth 100,000. And she shrugs.
So you're guessing at this point, I assume?
Well, if you had an object that could expand your mind into different dimensions and open your third eye, you would value it very highly, wouldn't you?
I suppose.
That just sounds like magic mushrooms.
Yes, I was going to say I did partake in some in the academy once with some friends, and well, that was a fun night. Though I wouldn't say it's worth 100,000 gold pieces. That's for sure.
But this isn't
How does it
magic
expand your
mushrooms.
Well, how does it expand your mind then? Sell me on it.
Nah, you didn't pay for that. You just paid me to identify this. She does a cartwheel
Well,
over to
did you?
Cheddar.
Apologies, my friend. I wish I could help more, but I think that's all the help we're going to get in terms of identification. Do you have any questions you'd like me to ask her?
I think that's plenty.
Fair enough. I suppose that's it.
Wait,
Funny. Yes?
I just had a question. I just thought about it when he had said. I realized he said spice.
Yes.
Like, is it a hot spice? Is it like a medium spice? Like, what type of spice though?
How spicy is this spice? Are we talking spicy as in chili or spicy as in just an additive flavor? I suppose those words can be interchangeable in some situations.
Hey Jeff, are you there?
It sounded to me like it was just.
Yeah.
Is spice spicy? I legitimately don't know.
Cinnamon.
Oh, it's
Slight cinnamon.
It's like cinnamon. Okay,
Slight cinnamon taste.
it's like cinnamon taste. Okay, so
Oh,
it's
earthy.
slightly like cinnamon. So I guess you could use it for baking.
Oh, awesome then.
I'm sorry, you want to buy some of this?
Yeah, if it's like cinnamon, yeah.
I suppose. Well, to be clear, something similar to cinnamon would be much, much cheaper than, what was that, 100,000 gold pieces? I mean, that's ridiculous. It would probably be somewhere around the ballpark of maybe 1 or 2 gold pieces.
Does it make you trip like you described it?
We'll have to find out.
Well, I suppose my friend here would like to purchase it for 2 gold pieces, which, for something you'd use for basic baking without any magical properties, that sounds fair.
The magic man looks at this woman dressed in the colorful gown and says, "Say hello to your brother for me." She goes, "Will do," and she gives him like a salute while she sticks her tongue out, and then there's a poof, and just confetti and ribbons fly from the spot that she was in, and she poofs out of existence.
Is that supposed to happen?
Well,
No, that's not supposed to happen.
she's much more enjoyable than her brother is.
And who might that be?
The other one that shows up.
We'll keep that in
However,
mind, I suppose.
if you have 100,000 shiny pieces, I would be willing to trade. When I say that this vial is like small, I mean like it's probably maybe a quarter of an ounce. It's tiny. Like maybe you could sprinkle it on one muffin. That's how much powder's in this.
Damn. So many scars in this world. It's crazy. I can't
Well,
afford it.
that's definitely out of the question. Even if we could afford it, that's just too much, I'm afraid. Would you be able to have any wiggle room on the price? Perhaps drop it down by several thousand shiny pieces?
You see as he chuckles and his eyes become like little lines that indicate that he's happy because you can't see his face. He says, "Unfortunately, not. I'm sure I can find a buyer for this, but it's definitely
I
won't be
wish you
here."
the best of luck.
If you
Also,
have anything else to trade.
not trade, merely ask.
Oh,
How do you usually get your magical items appraised or identified? What happened just now? That was not normal. That's not what that spell is supposed to do. At least not where I'm from.
I usually cast Identify on them.
Well, why didn't you?
Because I wanted you to do it, to see if you were capable of doing it.
And what has that proven to you?
That you are a capable magic user, at least enough to cast Identify. Which means you are one of my new favorite customers. And you see as he does like a sleight of hand, but it's very well, let me see how good it is. $17. And out pops like a piece of cardboard. Or I don't know if you guys know what cardboard is. It's like a piece of wood. Paper. It's like a piece of paper, but it's really stiff. And he hands it to you. You are one of my new favorite customers.
Did he just give me his business card? Is that what just happened?
In meta terms, yes.
Oh, okay.
And
Thank you.
it's very shiny actually, and only in the reflection of the light can you actually make out the letters. So it's blank otherwise, right? So like in total darkness you wouldn't be able to read this. So as the reflection of this like the glare passes over it, you can read it. It says the title, Lost Magic Man. To find what is lost, become the lost that needs to be found. And it doesn't have anything on the back.
My god, throw a phone number at least. Sorry, out of character.
Did they have phones in Greyhawk?
Throw a sending stone number.
I have those for sale if you wanted one.
I did notice, but I believe they do come in pairs.
This one is a pair. Comes with a pair.
Oh, it was. Well, I suppose if we find ourselves with some more coin to spend, I would love to peruse more of your wares.
Excellent. I look forward to it.
And, as mentioned on your card, I may find you by getting lost, you said?
He nods.
Very well. I suppose it would be not so beneficial to even ask how that would happen, so I guess we will run into each other when we run into each other, my friend. Pleasure meeting you.
He also hands you 3 random potions. This is for the Identify spell.
My pleasure.
Let me
I
put
will
those in
make
there.
sure my friend... I'll make sure my friend Cheddar drinks them without knowing what they are. And we'll see what happens.
He's the test subject.
Well,
He seems like he's volunteered so far.
Yep.
Okay. Lexi, sleight of hand.
Oh.
Huh? What happened?
Ah!
His passive,
Yes!
his passive is 21, but I'm just gonna roll it. Corwin, can you roll me a perception check really quick? Corwin, Cheddar, and Anchor. This will be the last thing we do before we end the session here. Okay.
Oh no.
It's okay. It's just how quickly you catch on. That's what it means. Okay.
Did he lace me with drugs?
He didn't lace you with drugs. And then, did you want to roll, Jeff? You don't have to, but you can.
Got it.
Okay. Perfect. So Corwin and Cheddar are a bit slow on the take. Anchor, you notice it almost slightly after it happens, but you see the felt on this wizard-looking fellow's cloak sort of spread open, and the tiny little vial of spice gets pulled from his pocket and starts floating away towards the inn in this direction. And Anchor, you see this almost immediately when it's like right here. When it's about just before it reaches Smudge, Cheddar and Corwin catch on. Smudge, you now have a quarter of an ounce of spice.
As soon as that's there, as soon as she gets that, she's like dashing inside.
And as soon as the spice reaches Smudge's hand, she darts into the Vigwood Inn and disappears from sight. And we're going to end the session there.
Fantastic. The spice must flow. My Dune. My Arrakis.
Let's do some stars and wishes just to kind of end the session here. And we're going to start with Dan. Can I get a star and a wish?
Star the world building. You've got me on the edge of my seat. I've got multiple theories as to what the fuck is going on right now. So I'm excited to sort of start unraveling it, because that's kind of also my character's story hook.
Mm-hmm.
Wishes. Honestly, I wish this session was like twice as long, to be honest. I'm hooked.
Twice as long. I'll talk to Ty about it.
Ooh.
I would not be able to because I need to sleep before tomorrow's session.
Oh, that's true.
I know.
Well, my time zone is very much different to you guys. Right now, for me, it's 3 p.m., so I can go for longer, but you guys, it's like nighttime.
Wish longer.
It's 2 a.m. for me, and I have my next game at noon tomorrow. Well, noon today, I guess.
Longer D&D. Wish of all D&D players. Jeff, can I get a star and a wish?
Random potions, star.
Oh my gosh.
Wish to find out what each and every one does.
Oh my gosh. Why?
And we will
You
next
bought
session.
20 of them, man. Just in every game I put these in, you just buy all of them. Potions.
You make them so cheap.
That's because they're random. One
You
of
think
these...
they'd be like 50 gold each, though?
No. That's too expensive. There would be no incentive to buy them then. Watch, he's going to explode. Just drink 6 of them. Alright, Lexi, can I get a star and a wish?
Star is gonna go to that Thieves Camp stuff. It's my first time actually trying to communicate in that, and that was hard, but I enjoyed it.
Sorry.
Is that what that was?
Yes, they were talking in Thieves' Cant.
Oh.
Yeah.
I was like, okay, I do speak their languages, so I should know what this is, but I don't. So I think they're just like.
Do you speak
vibing.
Thieves' Cant? Is that what it is?
No, I think I speak Sylvan, which is what fey creatures speak, which was what my first assumption was.
Because if you have the language in the chat, you would have been able to understand what they were saying, right?
Yeah, that's why it was Minecraft table enchantments.
But, I mean, they're still talking above you, so you would have heard some stuff. But it's all kind of practical nonsense you know, which is what you
Yeah.
actually that was your actual experience, right? Like you were listening to us talk back and forth, but you didn't know what we were talking about.
Yeah, I was gonna start like just as a joke, be like, "Oh, welcome back, Smudge. The river sets over the sun." And just see what that even means.
What did you
See
say
if
about
I'll
my
give us a
mother?
steady reaction.
I imagine that some stuff comes from like context too, because Smudge would actually not know what a mountain is.
Okay, that's fair.
Oh yeah,
Big skyscrapers, you said.
yeah, skyscraper.
Yeah.
My bad. But yeah.
Well, no, it's fine. Like I said, context probably like fills that part in.
Yeah, that's right. But like from like that's right. The context around the conversation, you would have gathered. Oh, this is what he meant. But yeah, sorry for putting you on the spot there, Lexi. But I hope, like you said, I hope it was.
No, it was great.
Yeah. And then you had a wish.
I can't think of one off the top of my head. Yeah, I can't think of one off the top of my head. It was a fun session though, so.
Sure. Mitchell, can I get a star and a wish? Do you know what stars and wishes are?
I got the context clues.
Perfect. That's why I put you last, so you kind of understand what's happening.
Star, I'd say the music. It's vibing. I enjoyed it. Nice experience. Wish, just for more stuff to happen so I can react to it.
Yeah, this was a so session for Accor, but we're gonna have some interesting, compelling stuff happen in the following session. Maybe even some combat. Who knows?
Oops, that's for me stealing the slice. Oh no!
Right. All right.
Just immediately rolling initiative outside the building.
Oh, it's Renexia was confused by the thieves' cant. That's interesting. Let's see. I am going to see if I can find someone to raid. Let me see. Is anyone playing D&D right now? I think this one is. All right. Thank you everybody so much for joining us today on session 2 of Dreyfa Tales. We're going to be back next week, and same time, same channel here on Orc Skull. Remember, you guys can play Dust and Blood cards for the players. They will be able to receive them. We also have Lucky Die that we'll be using later on. And of course, thank you to all our players for being here. Different Santos, I know this is a bit of late game for some of us. We are going to be a good little band of orcs, as Ty puts it, and we're going to try to do some raiding here at the end. If I can. Apparently I can't. Let's see. Does anybody have a channel to raid? Oh, maybe not that one. Looks like maybe this one. Let's do this one then. I'm going to be raiding a Potted Fern. Let's see what they're up to. They seem to be running a D&D game, much like ours. It's going to be pretty cool. And we will see you all next time.
Bye, everyone.